Sharon, call the roll, please.
Yes. Councilmember Weingart,
Here.
Councilmember Richards,
Here.
Councilmember Hughes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Derwin,
Here.
Mayor Alves.
Here. Okay, our first item on the agenda is oral communications. If anyone wants to talk to the council on an item not on the agenda, they may do so now. Carolyn, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to go over the practical side because I will have to switch to the phone again later on. So it's *9 to raise my hand when I use my iPhone and *6 to talk. Is that correct? Okay.
I believe
That's correct.
Hands,
that's
but
right. Yes.
there was one question on the warrant list, and that was regarding OpenGov. You have, it was invoice 55270, permitting licensing, and it was a code software for 18,000. I had a question about that, and perhaps you can give us some more information. Is that in addition to the big investment we made for OpenGov? And then I will hope to discuss 4, 5, and 7. So hopefully when that's on the regular agenda, and hopefully we will be able to communicate. Thank you.
Okay. Jeremy, do you want to respond to the warrant list question? I'm not sure, or should we just pull the warrant list for that?
If a member of the council wishes to pull the warrant list, we can do that after oral communication, and I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, why don't we do that? We'll pull the warrant list and you can respond to that and at that time. Rita is next. Go ahead, Rita.
Hi there. In the past, recently, we've been able to see how many people are on the call, and I cannot view that at this time. If that can be shown, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. I should mention we changed a couple of things in response to the recent kind of the Zoom bombings and things. We have disabled Q&A and chat just because they were becoming counterproductive to the meetings. So the only way to participate now is to raise your hand, just as it would be in a public meeting. So I'm not sure why I can see panelists and attendees. Is that not the case for attendees though?
No, it was at the top of the screen and cannot see it at this time.
I'm working on it right now. It looks like it should work, but let me keep playing with it, Mr. Mayor, and we'll get it done.
Thank
Okay.
you. Or if it,
Apologies for the inconvenience. That was not the intention. We just disabled the Q&A and chat because they were becoming they weren't really helpful and they were becoming distracting with that. So if there are no other oral communications, then we're going to pull item 2, but I could entertain a motion on items 1 and 3 on the consent agenda unless anyone wants to pull another item. John.
Pull item 1.
Okay.
Minutes.
Yep. Okay.
Approval of item 3 then.
Is there a second? Okay, moved by Craig, seconded by Mary Ann. Sharon, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Weingart,
aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Hughes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Derwin,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye. Okay, item 1, minutes. John, go ahead.
Yeah, red page 8, near the second to the last paragraph, Councilman Richards said on the 4th line, he said Michael Smith talked about it should be reimagining policing rather than reimaging, or whatever that is, reimagining it. It's just a typo. And then on red page 11, in the paragraph where I'm talking about attended the Stronger Together, it should be Housing Leadership Council meeting.
Yes, yes.
And that was it.
Okay. Any other amendments to the minutes? Okay, if not, then I would take a motion to approve the amended minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by John, seconded by Ann. Sharon, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Wenger,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Hughes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Derwin, Mayor Alves.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Warrant list. Jeremy, do you want to talk about the OpenGov question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, House members of the council. The $18,000 is associated with a software with OpenGov that allows our various software tools. So the tools that we use for our classes and the like to talk to one another and communicate with one another and gather data with one another.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions or comments on the warrant list, I would entertain a motion to approve the warrant list.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Craig, seconded by John. Sharon, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Wenger,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Hughes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Derwin,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. In that case, we are on to item 4, recommendation by the Race and Equity Council Subcommittee on the land acknowledgement. Is this Mary Ann or Jeremy, or who's starting on this one?
Oh, I am. I can
Brandon.
go ahead.
Oh, Brandon, I'm sorry. I
You're totally good. I can go ahead and share screen. Just let me pop this up really quick. Okay. So this is just a short presentation on land acknowledgement as well as potential for future tribal collaborations. So to begin, I just wanted to start our discussion by setting the stage historically, both in terms of the land that Portola Valley dwells on and also the history of the native peoples that used to inhabit it. So Portola Valley rests on the lower end of the Bay Peninsula and occupies what was once known as the ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who numbered about 2,000 persons prior to the arrival of the Spanish in 1969. Of the 2,000 that were accounted for, the Ramaytush were split into 10 different tribes spread widely over the San Francisco Peninsula. The history of the Ramaytush and the native peoples of California is one that is deeply scarred by a colonial legacy of violence, genocide, and cultural erasure. The murder of countless native peoples during the late 1700s and 1800s was not only an act of senseless violence, but a smaller piece of a larger goal to completely destroy the cultures that existed prior to the European occupation of the Americas. Whoops, sorry. So contrary to the narratives of early European colonizers, the native cultures that existed in California prior to their destruction were not savages who simply lived off of what nature provided. Rather, throughout the state, tribes had a careful and complex relationship to the environment that allowed them to thrive. Through practices like controlled burning, they cleared underbrush and promoted new growth of important plants. They upturned soil by harvesting bulb plants and harvested and cultivated seeds from different types of grasses. In doing so, they encouraged the growth and propagation of native plant species that was beneficial to them in a way that wasn't damaging to the environment. Simply put, they had an intentional practice of coexistence with nature rather than exploiting it for its resources. However, as this model of life was viewed as uncivilized, the Spanish spread their campaign of missionization outwards from Mexico, aiming to acculturate native communities and turn them into good Spanish citizens, cementing their hold on the territory. Mission Dolores, founded in 1776, was the first to be instated on the San Francisco Peninsula, and by 1784, the Arami tribe of the Ramaytush had been almost completely incorporated into the mission. 17 years later, in 1801, the majority of the native peoples dwelling in the peninsula had been made to join Mission Dolores, and over 80% of the population had died. By 1850, only 5 families from the 10 tribes that had made up the Ramaytush had survived. And of these 5 families, only 1 is known to have produced descendants to the present day. Under the guise of civilizing the tribes, the missions essentially forced Christian ideals and lifestyles onto the native peoples that dwelled inside them. Those who did not comply or who lived lifestyles deemed immoral by the Spanish were often severely beaten, publicly flogged, or subject to imprisonment. Coupled with poor living conditions and high rates of disease, the missions effectively murdered or brainwashed the native populace into compliance. However, even after the end of Spanish occupation and the mission era, the atrocities committed against what little remained of the native tribes and communities did not and still has yet to end. Prior to 1978, in what is often referred to as the boarding school era, Native children were forcibly removed from their homes to be raised by institutions and by non-Indian families in an attempt to assimilate them into mainstream American society. These acts were simultaneously propagated by the state and by religious institutions, with many boarding schools adopting violent disciplinary measures when children attempted to retain their cultural practices. Children were prohibited from speaking their native languages and often beaten or denied food if they did not comply. Upon returning to their communities, many were no longer able to speak to their own relatives. They did not know their own histories, customs, or ways of life, and were effectively forced out of their own cultures and communities as they no longer knew how to exist in them. Although this practice ended in the 1940s, the removal of Native children has continued for decades through the child welfare system, with 25 to 35% of Native children being removed from their homes and placed into state child welfare and private adoption agencies. Furthermore, 85% of these children were placed in homes without notice to their families and communities, even when fit and willing relatives were available. Congress passed the Indian Child Welfare Act, or ICWA, in 1978 in an attempt to both expressly recognize and remediate the destruction of the tribes by the US welfare system. However, this policy is not well enforced and continues to be challenged in court cases today. For instance, there is a case currently being litigated in the Fifth Circuit, Brackeen versus Bernhardt, which is attempting to declare ICWA unconstitutional. If you want to read more about that, there is a report in the documents. These historical practices have continued to make themselves manifest in Native communities across the Americas today. Indigenous youth have some of the highest suicide rates in the nation, with almost 20%, or 1 in 5, for young Indigenous women and gender nonconforming individuals. Indigenous women suffer from some of the highest rates of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking of almost any other population in the nation. And the majority of reservations are incredibly underfunded and leave Native youth in a recursive cycle of poverty and destitution. And this is a bare minimum that's reserved only for the tribes that are considered federally recognized. All of these pieces of history are simply a footnote in the amount of violence that Native peoples in the Americas and across the globe have been made to endure, and serves as an introduction to what both exists in the past and the present, in the hopes that such an education will push you to question your assumptions about the history of the land that we dwell on and encourage you to become an accomplice in the fight for Indigenous land justice. So, in short, a land acknowledgement is meant to do just as the name implies, to acknowledge the truth of the history of the land that we dwell upon, the history of the Ramaytush Ohlone, and by acknowledging the fact that we both dwell on and benefit from their ancestral land, we take a first step towards justice and a first step towards work to undo the concentrated efforts of cultural genocide that the Ramaytush and other Native peoples across the US have been subjected to for generations. So at this time, I would like to read through the land acknowledgement that I've written for feedback and approval from the council. So let me share that really quick. Let's see here. Here we go. So, occupying the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, Portola Valley both recognizes and acknowledges the violent colonial history of the land that it dwells upon. As a part of this history, Portola Valley recognizes that it has and will continue to profit from land stolen from the indigenous Ohlone peoples and commits to an ongoing effort to dismantle these legacies. In acknowledging the land it occupies, Portola Valley furthermore recognizes that it has consequently been a part of a legacy that has forever changed local human, plant, and animal ecologies, as made even more evident by the recent proliferation of wildfires in 2020. As such, Portola Valley commits to working with Indigenous leaders in its ongoing climate efforts to both mitigate and redress this ecological harm. Moreover, with only a singular lineage known to have produced descendants to the current day, Portola Valley commits to working with the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples and their mission to preserve their history and culture, aiming to both grow and disseminate this knowledge in a way respectful to the Ramaytush Ohlone people and their elders. Portola Valley hopes to make evident the egregious effects of the mission period on California's indigenous peoples and commits to working with the Ramaytush to better understand and integrate these histories into public knowledge. Lastly, Portola Valley recognizes the lasting social impacts of indigenous erasure and oppression by a colonial government, resulting in increased rates of violence against Native women, negative educational and developmental outcomes for Native children, and continued disparities in the health, socioeconomic status, and mental well-being of Native families. In working with the Ramaytush and any other Native-led partner organizations, Portola Valley hopes to seek out and rectify the ways in which any of its policies may contribute to these outcomes and actively support its residents of Indigenous ancestry. The town of Portola Valley, in recognizing these truths, similarly acknowledges that this is only the beginning of understanding how it can best work with the Indigenous peoples of California to dismantle these legacies, and commits to long-term collaboration and discussion with Ramaytush leaders in building these efforts. In respecting and acknowledging the tenet of Indigenous sovereignty, Portola Valley hopes to contribute to these efforts in a way that is both led by Indigenous peoples and open to all.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, could you just speak a little bit to the conversations that you've been having with tribal leaders? And also wanted to point out, they're not here tonight, but we understood that they weren't coming tonight and they wanted us to move forward. So if you could just speak to that.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that at the end of the presentation, actually, since I still have a little bit, if that's okay.
Please.
Thank you. Okay, let me get back to this. Okay, so now that I've addressed the reason behind ratifying a land acknowledgement, I want to explore what we can do both personally and at a policy level to redress these injustices. This can be broken down into two parts, being positive tribal collaboration with local representatives and public programs, and two, personal engagement in actual methods of change. So as representatives of a local government, the first and most important step to take in building a collaborative relationship with the tribes, specifically the Ramaytush, is to recognize the inherent difference in power and resources available to you both as cultural entities. As an example, I wanted to take wildfire prevention policy, which has received a lot of attention over the past few months due to the influx of dangerous wildfires earlier this summer, some of which even endangered Portola Valley itself. Recognizing this, policymakers all across California have been reaching out to tribal leaders in an attempt to draw from any knowledge they might have on how their peoples used to conduct controlled burns. This sounds good in principle, but many tribes, especially the Ramaytush, have been completely overwhelmed by the asks of state and local government to the point that they really have very limited capacity to focus on their own projects of cultural preservation. For instance, the Ramaytush, one of the reasons why they currently aren't in attendance is that they have broken their session until January, since they have had to navigate a lot of things in the past few months. I've seen a lot of articles praising policymakers for trying to build policy from Indigenous knowledge and history, but as nice as these collaborations may be, they do very little to actually help the tribes themselves. There might be policy areas that it benefits the town to focus on, but the main focus of a positive collaboration should be working with and under the guidance of the tribes to address the injustices that they have faced historically and into the present day. Asks that only benefit the town can be part of a working collaboration, but being cognizant of when to ask for this kind of labor is important. As an example of a positive collaboration, I would harken back to the short history and impacts of the mission system, boarding school era, and the like that I explored earlier. These histories are not often regularly taught or recognized in schools or public programs, and as a result, many people simply don't know these truths. They don't have reason to seek them out. Collaborating with tribal leaders and connecting them with community programs, schools, and other such educational institutions to examine how these narratives are taught to our youth is an incredibly important part of this work. Not only would this bring light to important issues, but also open up a space for Indigenous youth to feel safe exploring their own cultures and histories. I myself, as a descendant of the Quechua people of South America, don't know my own native language because my father had taught to be ashamed of it. Because when I labeled myself as Indigenous, people would chase me around making fake war cries. I was deeply ashamed of my own culture and identity for years, and experiences like that are the experiences that you have the power to change for other Native youth as policymakers. For those in the community listening in, you might be asking how you personally can get involved. Aside from further educating yourself on the histories of Indigenous people, both in California and the larger US, directly confronting the present injustices made towards Indigenous peoples and their rights is the most impactful thing you can do. If you find a cause that you agree with, getting in touch with your representatives or calling in yourself to demand justice is a really great way to get started. Secondly, looking into local initiatives that you can support, whether with your time or money or elsewise, is a great way to get involved. A really good example of this that is locally based is the Sogorea-Te Land Trust, which is an organization led by Indigenous women that uses funds donated to them to promote sustainability, preserve local Indigenous cultures, and provide public education on Indigenous issues. They also have small initiatives organized on land donated to them, such as there's a communal garden for the homeless out here in Oakland that they organize. Ultimately, if these are issues that you care about, finding a sustainable method or way that you can contribute to these efforts is the best thing that you can do. Any questions?
Thank you, Brandon. I'll start with questions from the council for Brandon, then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back for our discussion. Do my colleagues on the council have questions they want to ask first? Okay, I don't see any hands up, so we'll go to public comment. David has his hand up. David, go ahead.
He lowered his hand. David, if you want to speak, raise your hand, please.
Oh,
He hasn't raised it.
sorry, it's up on my screen, but
Is it?
okay.
Well, let me. Oh, here he is. Got it. Here you go.
Here we go. I got it.
Hi, David.
Sure. I mean, I totally get that the Spanish mostly stole the state from the Native Americans, and we mostly stole the state from the Spanish. And that's a thing that happened. But I am not, I don't get the thing that we now have to somehow go back and apologize currently to the Native American tribes or whatever. I'm all for listening to them about fire mitigation. I'm all for helping them out in any way we can, but I don't feel like we need to sort of give them part of Portola Valley or whatever. I don't get that part. So I'm not a fan of, if you will, reparations, because life goes on would be my thought.
I guess to clarify, this isn't about giving them any part of Portola Valley. And it also isn't a history that's just limited to the Spanish. The boarding school era was something that happened under the US government, and the actions of the welfare system is also something that is currently continuing to happen and being challenged legally within the states. And what land acknowledgement is meant to recognize is the fact that these histories exist, and the fact that by and large, these histories are ones that are actively being erased. They aren't taught, and it may not seem significant, but especially for Indigenous youth and for Native communities, it's really important because this is ultimately their histories. These are things that continue to impact their lives today and continue to affect their communities up until today. Like the Ramaytush themselves aren't considered federally recognized and don't have any funding because they didn't reach a treaty with the American government or with the federal government before they were erased. And it's why they currently only have a singular family in existence that is still able to speak to these things. And by acknowledging these histories, it's much more about being willing to recognize the impacts that our government has had on these peoples, and being willing to contribute to their preservation as people. Because ultimately it's the history of the US government has been one that has attempted to erase them and their culture from existence. And it's very difficult to hold that as a Native person, to have your entire history as a people just yanked out from under you and that it doesn't exist or that it's not important.
Okay, let's split that up a little bit. First of all, we're not mostly idiots here. So yes, we get the boarding school era. Most of us do. You know, we do have an education about these things. And I am totally fine with acknowledging all of the history. And I'm totally fine with getting everybody educated on the history. But the resolution goes way beyond that to like Portola Valley admitting that what we did this and we did that. So I don't get that. I mean, the US has done a lot of bad things to a lot of bad people, or good people in many cases. So I'm fine with that. So most of what you just said now, I think is great. But I don't see where the resolution stops at education and elucidation. I think it goes beyond that to some sort of like mea culpa to the people who live here now. And I'm not in favor of that.
Noted. Thanks, David. Carolyn's got her hand up next. Go ahead, Carolyn. Carolyn, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, sorry.
Okay.
First of all, we want to thank Brandon for this presentation, but I also, I don't really understand the link, especially when we had that meeting with our law enforcement, and I don't see the connection. Brandon, you definitely will be able to show our fire department to help them with the controlled burning. They used to do that, and we don't know why they stopped doing that. And then back to race and equity. There's many people in Portola Valley, they have been fighting to make sure that people of all race are being respected. I'm one of them in healthcare and in education, but there is a kind of hypocrisy. And it's sad that we don't have a dialogue about it. We continue to promote this, and it starts with respect for everybody. And I don't know, perhaps you can elaborate and see what you experienced. You were a student at Stanford, I believe. Did you have some kind of experience here in Portola Valley? And if so, we would like to hear about it, because at least that would be a start to correct it. But I still have a problem with the resolution, just like David Carbonell. Please respond to my question. Thank you.
Just to clarify, what exactly are you asking for?
Mr. Mayor, may I step in for a second here?
Yes, please.
It's at the discretion of the mayor to allow the question to Brandon, but I do want to make sure that the conversation tonight is about the resolution in front of the council and not other issues. So it's up to you to allow the question to move forward.
Yeah. Carolyn, your concern is noted, but I think we will move on. Rusty, we can pursue this separately, but Rusty, go ahead.
Thank you. Would it be possible to put the acknowledgement up? I think it would be good to be looking at it.
Yeah, I can do that. There we go.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to really thank you, Brandon, for bringing this forward, and I want to express strong disagreement with the prior sentiments. I look at the acknowledgement, and what I see in the acknowledgement is a commitment on the part of Portola Valley in the second paragraph, last sentence, to work with the Ramaytush to better understand and integrate these histories into public knowledge. And I also see in the first paragraph a commitment to work with the indigenous leaders in its ongoing climate efforts to better mitigate and redress this ecological harm. The difference between those two sentences, I think, is striking. What we're looking at, and I think what Brandon is bringing to our attention, is the erasure of the culture that inhabited these lands for 5,000 years before our Spanish and Anglo ancestors took control of the land. The culture of that indigenous population has simply been erased, moved off the landscape. We don't recognize it, we don't honor it, we don't respect it. And I think that we should be going further, not less. I think we should be committing to mitigate and redress the cultural harm, the erasure of this culture that occurred here. And it's not just boarding schools. I would be very interested in hearing Brandon speak about what happened to the 5,000 Ohlone people who lived along Jasper Ridge and Webb Ranch and the Stanford Wedge, and who have a burial ground at Alpine Hills Tennis Club. Where'd those people go? What became of them? Why did the United States, after it took control from Mexico, adopt legislation that allowed indentured servitude, effectively slavery, of Indian children? Why did they encourage militias to abduct Indian children and put them into indentured servitude until they were 35 years old? I think we need to come to grips with this history and understand exactly what happened here 200 years ago, and hallow this land just as we hallow Gettysburg, or just as we hallow Yorktown. We set aside land to honor the culture that preceded us. This culture was a magnificent culture, and there is a lot to relish and cherish and esteem in this culture. And I think that we need to bring that forward so that we have much greater respect for the land that we occupy and the people who occupied it before us and what we did to them. So I'd like to hear Brandon speak about that a little bit. Finally, the last thing I'd like to say is, as I understand it, there are three tribes. The Ramaytush are one, Muwekma are another, the Amamutsan are a third. And I'm just curious about why this is limited to the Ramaytush, and what is being done to reach out to the Muwekma people, and what is being done to reach out to the Amamutsan people as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So in terms of collaborations, in particular, I wanted to involve the Ramaytush tribe due to the fact that the land that Portola Valley happens to rest on is in particular their ancestral land. Although if you look on their website, which is also a really great repository of a lot of their history, they do note that collaborating with other Ohlone people, with other members of the Ohlone peoples, is something that they are open to do and that they do regularly. And I have reached out to the Muekma tribe, although they deferred me to work with the Ramaytush, at least for the time being. And I do very much so also appreciate your affirmation and also further explication on the history of Native peoples here in California. I admittedly, I don't know as much about the other tribes outside of the Ramaytush, since a lot of the work that I've done has centered around that. But I do think that you articulated very well that a lot of this is about trying to undo the cultural damage that has happened here. And I think as a Native person myself, it is very difficult to explicate that. And I guess something, or an example that I would like to give is if any of you have ever done reading on Native mental health, there is a study called the Split Feather Study that was done about a decade or so ago. It's generally contested due to not using traditional methods, but basically it talked about what the researcher described as split feather syndrome, which is a psychological syndrome that is experienced by Native peoples, and it's not something that is exclusive to the US, which is extreme psychological distress due to not being able to connect or access one's own culture and history. And why it's so important here is the fact that for Native children and the remaining people of the tribes here, being birthed into a world where that is denied to you is something that is both terrifying and also incredibly isolating. I think one of the most poignant quotes I took from that study was somebody who was a participant who was in his 80s, basically, I believe. And after being separated from his family during the boarding school era, he was never able to go through basically a naming ritual where he would receive his own tribal name. And due to the fact that that didn't happen when he was younger, he never got to experience it. He never got to be named into his tribe. He never got to access the pieces of knowledge and healing and history that belonged to him. And it was something that he could never access again. And I think on a personal level, very similarly, I didn't have my own access to my own language, which is Quechua, until I arrived at Stanford. And the fact that it took me going to this elite academic institution to be able to have any access to my own culture, my own history, was something that was incredibly distressing, and is something that is hard because I feel like I have this burden and this responsibility, and this is something that a lot of other Native youth feel, where we have a history and a culture that is actively dying out, and that if we don't invest in it in a personal way or desperately try and find some way to access it, it will die out. It will no longer exist. And our descendants will have no idea where we came from or why the cultures that we came from are so important. And Portola Valley being a part of this is a lot more in helping to prevent that eventual cultural death. Because without any active effort or recognition, it's what will happen blatantly. Yeah.
Thanks, Rusty. That was well said. And thank you, Brandon. Rita's got her hand up. Rita, go ahead.
First, I'd like to know how many people are on the meeting. It did not show up yet. I know that Jeremy said he was working on it, but if he could just state that number, that would be great.
I've turned it on. I'm sorry that you can't see it. There are 16 attendees and 12 panelists.
Okay, Brendan, I just want to applaud your report. It's great that you included a lot of the timeline of the Native people. Native Americans have had a rich life in this beloved town. Not sure if you've seen Nancy Lund's book on Portola Valley, but it touches on just a little bit of the history of the Native Americans from this area. And I hope that you get to see the sites of Jasper Ridge. I don't know if it's open right now for reservations, but if you could see some of the Native sites that were there, and also the dance circle that is located at the Stanford Wedge. As a Stanford student, I guess you're a graduate student now, perhaps you can get a chance to see that. And Brandon, I really hope that, I really like the way that you framed this, and I hope that you continue to work on the diversity, especially for the anti-racist piece for African Americans in this town. And I'd love to work with you. My name is Rita. They have my contact information, so I'd love to talk to you if you're continue to be working on this project. Thank you for what you've done.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rita. Okay, Ann Seidman has her hand up. Go ahead, Ann. Ann? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. I'll move on to Jim Bean. Not hearing anything.
Yeah, nothing's happening.
Okay, Mary Hefty's got her hand up. Go ahead, Mary.
Mute. There you go. Thank you. Well, I think that, Brandon, this is beautifully done. Thank you so much. I appreciate your bringing this forward, and I've seen it done very graciously and very easily in many institutions that are land-based, where they actually acknowledge at the beginning of every meeting that affects the land management. They take a moment to acknowledge what has gone before on that land and how we can learn from the people who have gone before. I suppose I unmuted myself to say that there is a place still left in Portola Valley. There are many that we have lost in terms of our Indigenous heritage, but there's one that we still have, which is the quarry that's right across from the Wedge. It is extremely significant, I believe, that this was a stone quarry. We don't understand it very well. I've worked quite a bit with Nancy on it and tried to understand a bit of the history of it. But it appears that the stones that were sacred to the Indigenous people were blasted for quarrying for the stone that was used at Stanford and maybe even at the old windmill school, at Alpine. And I think that it's critical that we as a town assess what remains in terms of the tiny bit that we can do to honor the people who went before and to, you know, there's the monument, the blast holes that go right through their sacred stones are a dramatic piece of artwork, if nothing else, to our heritage. And I'm hoping that both Stanford and Portola Valley will work together to make sure we understand what is there.
Okay. Noted. Thank you, Mary. We'll follow up with you on that. Jim Bean's hand is back up. We'll try this one more time.
Very well. Where do I begin? My father was a relentlessly self-improving.
That was a quote from a movie. It's a Zoom bomb, just FYI.
Okay. All right. No, I didn't couldn't hear very well. Okay. I don't see any other public comment or other hands up. So we'll move on to council discussion. Mary Ann, why don't you start us off?
First of all, I really want to acknowledge Brandon's extraordinary work on this project. When we were asked by, I believe it was Kim Acker, to consider doing a tribal acknowledgement, Jeremy and John and I talked with Brandon, and Brandon was so excited about doing it. And I never imagined that his work product would be so excellent. And I'm very sad to say that Brandon is going to be leaving us because he got a real job. It will be a huge loss for us because we adore him. We adore they. I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm an old person. It's hard for me to get used to the new pronouns.
It's okay.
Anyway, so what we're doing tonight, and I really can't say it better than Brandon has said it or that Rusty has said it, but we're just asking you to acknowledge that where we're standing was once the ancestral land of the Ohlone Ramaytush. And we're asking you to acknowledge the truth, the wretched truth of what happened to their people. And we're asking you to commit to, as it says here, dismantle these legacies. We're not asking for a mea culpa or an apology. We're not asking you to consider giving our lands up. We're just asking you to look at the truth and to try to figure out how to do better. John, what do you think?
Go ahead, John. Yeah.
You're on mute, John. John, you're on mute.
So I am, sorry about that. Just wanted to say I really appreciate your excellent work, Brandon. I certainly can't say any better than you already have tonight. I really appreciate some comments from the public as well. I think it's a great start. I hope we can at some point connect with Ramaytush elders and possibly make a real difference to the culture.
Yeah, I really appreciate everyone's kind words and also really appreciate Mary Ann's synthesis of all of this. I think that it is important to note that by and large, none of this is meant to evoke pity or sorry or anything like that. And I think that approaching this work from that perspective isn't the goal of this at all. I think that it's difficult because a lot of times when people see this history narrated to them, it's something that is scary to have to hold. And it feels wrong because by and large, it's not what anybody would stand for today, I don't believe. And ultimately also the work that the Ramaytush and the other tribes both here in the US and elsewhere in the world do, is work that they will continue to do because they have to. It's work that they do because they want to survive. And I think Marianne encapsulated a lot of the meaning of this in the sense that this is ultimately just meant to be one, an acknowledgement, and two, just a commitment to involving our Portola Valley with the Ramaytush and with the tribes to dismantle those legacies and to help ease the burden of that survival work that the Ramaytush and the other tribes will continue to do for decades and beyond. Yeah.
Thank you. Craig, any comments?
Yeah, I'm very appreciative also of all of this work. I think it's a tremendous thing to bring to us and for us to contemplate. And I think it's a good thing for us to look at. I think in reading through the resolution, I was initially concerned along the lines that David expressed, but then as I read it and digested and read over it again, I thought the language was very thoughtfully put together to actually very much not do what I think David was saying. There is no apology or acceptance of blame that we personally did this or anything like that. It's really much more about recognizing that it happened as opposed to pity or apology or anything like that. I think actually though, there is one word that I would potentially change, which is the word stolen in the title. I think reducing what we're talking about here to just theft or to bring the legal concept of theft into it, to me takes away from the rest of what's in the message. So I would recommend we change that word to taken or something that doesn't have such a strong legal implication, which I think recognizes what happened, continues to carry the spirit of what the message was, but removes the only word that I found problematic in the resolution. But other than that, I appreciate this greatly and would be ready to approve the resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Craig. Anne, go ahead.
Yeah, I also want to thank you, Brandon, for an amazing body of work and for all of the thought that went into producing it. It's interesting because these things come together in your life in different ways, but for the past 20 years, in addition to the things I've been doing on the town council, I've been a docent at Año Nuevo, which obviously were the lands of the Kurasti, which is obviously one of the sub-tribes of the Ohlone, and got to know and always struggled in my presentations to our visitors that happened over all those decades when talking about the history of the land at Año Nuevo, even in what we were taught to really relate to our guests and visitors was sorely lacking. And the good news, I think, is that over that time period, over those 20 years, that changed a lot. We had much more interaction with the native Amamutsan, who are the surviving descendants of that portion of the tribal area, and really got to see, in some cases, some very special spots in their lands that are still held within the state park, but not available to the public. And they really related to the Kurasti history. So again, I was at least encouraged, as my time there has been pretty lengthy, and just hearing how that narrative changed, because it was always a horrific story to tell when you were telling the story of the Native American, obviously the original inhabitants of the land before the Spanish arrived, and other parts of the history, and having to try and succinctly explain to people why that was such a horrific period it always clearly pointed out some major lapses in how we all learned about the Native American history in the US, and particularly in California along the coastline. So I agree, and I thank my colleagues, and I think Craig's comment was a good one too. The word stolen probably could be, brought back to some degree to a lesser legal term, that one that doesn't, but the spirit of it and the recognition and the acknowledgement, I think is terrific. So thank you for all your great work on it. And to my colleagues too.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Brandon, this is really great work on this. And thank you to Marianne and John for sort of working with Brandon on that and encouraging him and them. And this is a great piece of work. I mean, we might know the history, but I don't think we ever fully absorb the history. It's just hard to recognize what it means to say that a culture has been eradicated. It's a hard thing to grasp, and it's just, we may never fully understand it, but we need to keep reminding ourselves and people around us of it. You can't ever stop looking at what happened. You can't pretend it didn't happen. You just have to, the acknowledgement. So I fully support this. I agree that stolen sounds almost trivial in a way for something like this. I mean, taken, I don't know if there's a stronger word for it, but it's sort of, stolen feels legal. And I agree that something more fundamental is what happened. And I guess taken is probably as good a word as any. That was the one modification that we were thinking of. Is that something everyone agrees on? Taken?
Yeah.
Okay. With that amendment, I could entertain a motion to approve the
I would move approval of the resolution.
Second.
Okay, moved by Craig, seconded by Marianne. Sharon, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Wenger,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Hughes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Derwin,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes. Okay, thank you again.
Great work, B. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, that brings us to item 5, which is proposals from the Ad hoc Wildfire Preparedness Committee. Jeremy, do you want to start?
Yeah, very briefly, we're joined tonight by the chair of the committee, Michael Tomars, and member Karen Batra, who are presenting the next or second round of recommendations from the committee. They're not, actually she used a different term. They're proposals, not recommendations yet. We wanted, the committee wanted to show you them in advance to see what the council thought and provide any guidance or feedback as they were further developed. So there's no action tonight from the perspective of adopting recommendations. We'll call them proposals. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael and Karen.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Town Council, and fellow residents. About 12 months ago, the Ad hoc Wildfire Preparedness Committee presented for your consideration our first set of recommendations designed to promote wildfire resiliency across several distinct subject categories: outreach and evacuation, home hardening, and vegetation management. 25 of the committee's recommendations were adopted by the Town Council in December of 2019. That body of work represents the committee's first attempt at developing a basic structure for promoting wildfire resiliency. During this year's annual report to the Town Council, I stated that our next drive would evaluate additional means for creating high impact mandatory vegetation management programs and developing funding models for supporting the higher risk elements within such programs. As the year unfolded, our new proposals were shaped by multiple experiences taken from the CZU complex fire. On a personal note, my family has resided in this town dating back to the early 80s, and none of us have experienced an event of similar proportion within such close proximity of our town. Hence, the new proposals being presented tonight are designed to build upon our existing efforts and strengthen resiliency based on lessons learned. The post-CZU proposals are a result of multiple meetings of the Vegetation Management Subcommittee and have been thoroughly vetted by the Woodside Fire Protection District. After multiple reviews and after receiving approval from the Ad Hoc Wildfire Preparedness Committee, they are now being presented to the Town Council for your consideration. At this time, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the members of the subcommittee and the Woodside Fire Protection District for the many hours devoted to honing 6 sets of complicated and complex proposals. I also extend special recognition to Karen Vatra, the new chairman of the Vegetation Management Subcommittee, for spearheading much of the content and research, as well as providing us with a very comprehensive slide deck tonight. One point I would like to emphasize, as we proceed through the slides, you may notice unfamiliar nomenclature or new concepts. Terms can be altered and concepts can be tweaked. To maintain momentum, we are focusing on overall objectives and goals. In other words, the big picture with a sense of urgency to get action. We have a lot of material to get through, and I know our town is anxious to witness further progress. So without delay, I'd like to turn things over now to Karen, who will walk us through the 6 sets of proposals. Karen?
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, as Michael said, we're coming back after a year and focusing now on what we learned after watching the CZU wildfire. And during that period, we took a lot of notes and observations and what happened and how that would impact us. And this is kind of the worst case of what happened. 1,500 structures were destroyed. And I think the CZU wildfire in some respects is much more applicable to what might happen here than say what happened in Paradise or happens in San Diego, because the terrain is somewhat similar. They have challenging roads like we do, but they had no problem evacuating. Nobody died. And so the biggest problem was they lost a lot of structures. And why did they lose those structures? And I want to start this presentation kind of giving the worst case scenario, in that even if you build a wonderfully well-hardened home like this owner in San Diego did, and he had extremely well defensible space and had cleared out the forest behind him, he also unfortunately lost his home, because during a hot wildfire, as San Diego can get really hot, as most of us know, just the heat around the home caused something within the home to burn and started the fire interior. So it wasn't a case of embers entering his home. So that's sort of the worst case. Fortunately, we're not as severe of winds and not as severe as heat as in many parts of California. So I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about what turns a fire into a wildfire. And this is something that we've been watching during this fire season. If you use an app on your phone called PulsePoint, you can get warnings every time a vegetation fire happens in San Mateo County or in Santa Clara County or wherever you want to watch it.
Karen, can I interrupt just for a second? This is Jeremy through the mayor. The slides are not advancing, and I think you would be on slide 4 at this point.
Oh, it did. Oops. Just a minute. Why would that not be working? Sorry. Let me stop my share. That's really strange. Do you see the one with the fire?
Yeah. Are you able to advance them?
Did it change?
Yep. There you go.
Yep. Yes.
I have no idea why that happened. Okay. Sorry about that. I have no idea what happened. Okay, so if you watch Pulse Point during the fire season, you'll get warnings about a vegetation fire at least once a week. And it's kind of annoying because they happen all times of the night, but it was worthwhile to watch this so you get an idea of how many there actually are. There was one on Cervantes Road. There was one on Alpine Los Trancos. There was two on Skyline nearby. There was one in not San Bruno, South San Francisco, and they're all over the place. And but most of them are put out within an hour or maybe a couple of hours, like the one that was on Signal Hill. And so it's kind of interesting to think about, oh, if just because there's ignition doesn't mean there's going to be a wildfire. And what are the factors that turn a fire into a wildfire? So it's a lot of different things. First of all, if a fire happens and a person witnesses it, they can call the fire department quickly. And if they're in a relatively urban area like Portola Valley, the fire department will come relatively fast. So it's time from the fire start to detection. The distance from the fire for the for the fire department to get there. And it's also the distance from the exact location to a maintained road. So what happened that was very unique about CZU is those lightning strikes happened in some really, really rural areas. And they weren't all detected right away. And there were multiple ones of them. Other factors are the fuel load in the nearby plants and other material, how hot it is, the moisture content in the plants, the moisture content in the air, how steep it is, and then the winds. And if you look at Portola Valley in contrast to a lot of California, we just don't have those severe winds. And when we get those warnings that there's, a major wind warning, a red flag warning, we'll get some wind, but it will last perhaps an hour or two, not for many hours. And the intensity is about half or less than you'd find in the Oakland Hills or up in Santa Rosa. We just don't get the Diablo and the Santa Ana winds that Southern California gets. Our temperatures are generally cooler, and then we historically have a nice marine layer. And one really advantage we have here in the central Portola Valley, it's either downhill or level to the wildlands. So we're not sitting at the top of a ridge like Paradise. And the reason Paradise was so dangerous is Paradise is just basically on top of the ridge with huge steep slopes coming in both directions. So that's kind of the good news, is that we're, for various reasons overall, not really that horrible of a place. So what are the 6 recommendations that we are coming back to the council this year for? Is an underground transformer regulation, banning 5 types of trees, a slope regulation, an undeveloped land regulation, a proposal about town-owned roadway and property cleanup, and then how to finance that. So 6 separate, pretty independent things. So I will just start and talk about the first thing, which is the underground transformer regulation. I'm going to change my screen. I can't see myself. On September 8th, an underground transformer blew up in the ranch. And this was when we had that short heat wave and had some power glitches. The cover flew off and open flames were visible. And in that situation, when you've got actually open flames, you don't really want to have dry vegetation right next to it. So a pretty straightforward regulation would be to have a woodside fire regulation prohibiting planting within 10 feet of a transformer cover. So that's the first one. Moving on to the second recommendation. Okay, let me make sure this, oops. And let me know if the slides aren't advancing. The second recommendation is around banning planting of the flammable 5. So this is a combination of reports from fires and how firefighters struggle with certain types of trees. And the types of trees they struggle with are the ones that have oils or resin in them. So for example, when you pick up a pine cone, you get that sticky stuff on your hands. That sticky stuff is kind of oily, and when a fire hits it, that's kind of like burning gasoline. And so these all these 5 plants are somewhat ubiquitous, and they also have that oil content in their material. So junipers were pretty planted back in the 60s and 70s, and they're highly flammable. Acacia, there's a lot of varieties of acacia, but the particular ones we're talking about are the black acacia trees that people plant in order to get quick trees. And they're beautiful, but they're really quite a problem during a fire. Cypress, and in particular Italian cypress, that people use mainly internally into their property for privacy screens, because they grow really well and they're drought tolerant. Pines, we have several kinds of pines in town, and they're volunteers, and they're highly flammable. And then the last and kind of famous one is the eucalyptus and the varieties with peeling bark. And on the next slide, I talk about that it's not all eucalyptus. It's almost all eucalyptus. And so since we're not in Australia, we think all eucalyptus are alike, but they're not. The extremely flammable eucalyptus are the ones that we are familiar with most often, where there's lots of peeling bark, lots of debris on the ground, and that's the Eucalyptus globulus, and that's the most common variety. They're on 280, they're all over town. There are a few that aren't exactly, they're not the same, I'm not a botanist, but they're in a different genre, I'll call it genre, and I can't pronounce this word, but Corymbia maculata, the spotted gum, and then the Corymbia gumifera, red bloodwood. And these are actually somewhat fire resistant, according to folks in Australia. And one thing you can tell is their trunks are quite different and the bark's quite different. The leaves look kind of the same, but they're not nearly as much of an issue as the globulus. And then on top, in terms of planting this ban, what's the point of the ban? How are we going to regulate that? Well, homeowners do replace plants over time. And with the ban, the town can let licensed gardeners know that they're not permitted, and there's an awareness there at least. We may not go around and police people about a particular plant, but this is a kind of a way to softly enforce it. And then it's a nice marketing program, and it's kind of like some sort of basketball team, the Flammable Five, that they're dangerous. And that will encourage people to remove the existing trees, and just an awareness campaign, because there's so many different plants, and unless you're a real plant person, it's really hard to keep track of them. So that's why I wanted to reduce the number to a really memorable number, not have a huge number of different plants in this list. And then also it gives some power to ASCC that they condition approval upon removal of these plants. Now, on top of the Flammable 5, we also want to encourage 2 to remove, and have this sort of as a tagline to encourage people. And I believe the Conservation Committee is doing a great job of this already on the coyote brush and the brooms, because they are both very flammable, and people aren't going to plant them. So there's no reason to have them as the major thing to focus on. But they're really good to remove for both invasiveness and for flammability. And one point I did want to make is that there really are no fireproof plants. Everything needs to be maintained in good health, properly irrigated, free of dead material, and there's nothing perfect. Even in the CZU fire, some dead ice plant burned a little bit. So succulents are great, but in the very extreme cases, they can actually set on fire. So that's the second or third recommendation I can't track of. So slopes, also the third one, a regulation around steep slopes. I'm not going to get into the technicalities here. I think most of us are familiar with steep slopes are more dangerous than not steep slopes, and how that happens because of the extra heat and kind of their own little weather microclimate, and how that impacts a homeowner if they don't maintain vegetation well on their steep slope. Is that if the fire gets into the tree canopy, like the picture here, is that with a little bit more wind, it can get onto their wood shake roof. It can cause embers to go into through their vents. Their wood siding can catch fire, and the house can burn down. And with good vegetation management and no tree canopy where the fire can't jump from the top of the tree to the next one, and good home hardening, we can really control having houses burned down. So the regulation that we're recommending going forward is to increase the defensible space on steep slopes. And the percentage of slope we came up with was 30 degrees for a couple of different reasons. And one of them was an analysis by the USDA Forest Service on how dangerous they were for the firefighters based upon how fast fire spreads uphill. And to give you an idea of 30-degree slopes, I don't think there are any roads in town that are 30 degrees. I know one or two that are 17 or at almost 20. You won't hike up a steep slope of 30 degrees. It just gets uncomfortable. So this is really dealing with slopes that are uncomfortable. Not just your average small slope. Now, and then the regulation is just to increase by 100 feet the defensible space along that slope. So the next recommendation is about undeveloped land regulations. Healthy forests are very different than unhealthy forests. And as Brandon was talking about earlier, in the past, forests were very different. They had a lot more diversity in the tree height. There were a lot more larger and older trees, less trees per acre. And now we've come into this situation where we have a lot of smaller trees, a lot more brush. And unfortunately, this is a problem for climate change. It has a lot less carbon sequestration. So not only do we have an unhealthy forest, but this forest isn't really helping us solve our wildfire problem. And how did that happen? As Brandon mentioned, the Native Americans did regular burning and allowed lightning fires to burn. And outside of Yosemite National Park, which has been doing burns for the last 50 years or allowing lightning fires to burn, we have decided to suppress all fires. And we allow parks and open space just to grow unfettered and to not control that. So now we have a completely different kind of forest than we ever had before, where we have 50% decline in large trees. And they're just ready to burn. And with climate change, more heat, more droughts, the forest fires are just more intense. And I don't think anybody here would disagree with that. So looking at the local topography, the black line indicates the Portola Valley proper, where most of us fortunately live not in an elevated fire zone down here. I'll call it the flats, even though it's not flat. The most dangerous area of Portola Valley is to the northwest, and also the wildlands here, which is the overall to the west. And the prevailing winds are from the west. And we have sometimes winds from the north, winds from the south, but we rarely have winds from the east. So a fire is going to, it's all about odds. So whenever you're dealing with trying to figure out how to mitigate any kind of risk, you have to come up with a reasonable set of conclusion. The most likely scenario is going to be a fire coming from the west. So we're proposing here is having fuel breaks, shaded fuel breaks along the western bank of the hills to protect the most likely scenario of a wildfire coming from the west. So how do we accomplish that? We accomplish that through an undeveloped land regulation. And I want to clarify what I mean by undeveloped land. I'm defining it as at least 50 acres and requiring that property owner to develop a vegetation management plan where Woodside Fire will approve the plan and also to be doing annual inspections. And undeveloped land is a superset of open space. So the term open space is very specific. So I want to generalize that to undeveloped land. So the definition of undeveloped or mostly undeveloped land, because there could be some structures on it, is land with 0 or a few structures per acre. It could be public or it could be private. It could be open or closed to the public. So for example, Windy Hill owns both the Hawthorns, that's closed to the public. I mean, Mid-Penn owns Windy Hill and Hawthorns. One's open and one's closed. It could be a park, it could be an open space preserve. It could be wildland. It could just be vacant land or previously used land. I'm just trying to make a really, really general statement here, not just thinking about this as Portola Valley, because it could go beyond Portola Valley. Agricultural lands, farms or wineries, or it could be some sporting facility. In San Mateo County, we have shooting ranges, we have group camps, equestrian centers, other facilities that really are meant to be undeveloped. So what is that like in Portola Valley? Well, looking at all the parcels in Portola Valley, 44% of our land would fall under this category. So it's quite a bit of our land. And I will go through each of these different ones. The red is El Mirador at 356 acres, and below that's the Neely Properties. And the largest landowner by far is Mid-Penn with Windy Hill at 1,300. And then also they own Hawthorns at 78. And then Coal Mine Ridge has two owners, the Ranch and Blue Oaks, with about equal size. And then this famous Stanford Wedge at 75 acres. So what would each of these owners be required to do? Make a vegetation management plan and work with Woodside Fire to have it approved and have annual inspections. And first of all, there would be a map, because you can't really look at a piece of land without a map. And fortunately, the San Mateo County is coming up with a new vegetation map. I'm pretty sure they've done aerial through the air, and it's supposed to have lots of detail. I haven't seen it yet, but it will be available quite soon. And there's also a free land fire database. And in the map would be roads and fire breaks. And the plan would include things like initial and annual treatments of different types of vegetation on the map, removal of all eucalyptus trees, which is really critical. And I don't really need to go, hopefully do not need to go into more how dangerous eucalyptus trees are, and the fact that they can spread their embers up to a mile away and start a fire, another spot fire far away than where the actual fire exists. And then requiring fuel breaks of 200 to 300 feet near homes. Now, fuel breaks sound scary, could sound scary, but they're not. So here a picture on the right is an example of a shaded fuel break, where you've got a very dense forest. And what you do is you clean out some of the trees and you clean out the underbrush. So visually, it still looks quite nice. And in fact, most of our defensible space around our homes would look similar to what a shaded fuel break would look like. And this is what we're trying to target for our homes. But what we're asking for here is that when we've got really wild areas, that there is a reasonable fuel break before it hits homes. So let's talk a little bit about why fuel breaks are so important. So what really slows down putting it down a fire is that it's a lot of manual labor. The CZU fire had thousands of people working on it. And what they're doing there is just grunt work. They're out there with shovels and pickaxes and whatever kinds of tools they use to scrape the land so that the fire can't jump there. And that's just a lot of labor. And the reason that labor is so valuable, because it helps that you can bring a dozer in and actually, in an active fire, if you have a shaded fuel break already there, you can bring mechanical equipment to clean it up so it's actually completely fire safe. You can bring this hand crew in and they have a lot less work, and you can also aerial drop water effectively. And you can't really do that until you have some sort of physical fuel break. So it's a super huge win to have these shaded fuel breaks. So let's look at an example of a map. And this is one from Woodside, one from Mid-Penn. And this is Windy Hill, and the Hawthorns over here in the upper corner. And this purple stuff is a 300-foot fuel break, which is exactly what's needed, because this is where the sequoias are. And a lot of people, this is actually probably maybe our densest housing here in town. And so we want to really be able to protect these folks. And this yellow line is a 200-foot fuel break, which is great here around the Hawthorns. And this is a plan, hasn't been done. There's also one here along Skyline, which is great. So if a fire comes uphill, that it'd be less likely to start coming into Windy Hill itself. Now, this is a Mid-Penn plan done independently by Mid-Penn, and it hasn't gone through Woodside Fire or other fire departments for approval. And when I look at this as a, not an expert, but very familiar with fire, I would like to see a fuel break here for these homes along Willow Willowbrook, because it seems like that's a little dicey here to have nothing in this area. So our proposal would be to require Mid-Penn to work more actively with Woodside Fire. And Mid-Penn has a real responsibility for us. In the language in Measure AA, one of the things that we approved was for their work is to reduce fire risk. And so it's explicitly written in there. They have access to money. These are various statements by professionals that work at Mid-Penn that they acknowledge that fire is very important and it's a fact of life that they have to work on it. But unfortunately, they haven't been doing a lot. And when you look at their current projects, there are 25 current projects, and they're great because they're opening up areas for us to hike and bike and enjoy nature. But only 3 of them even mention fire. So the priorities here seem a little bit off, and we're concerned that without having a little bit of involvement in their planning and authority there, that we might have to wait 5 or 10 years for an adequate fuel break around the sequoias and other areas. So that's a really big concern. Here's another example of a vegetation management plan. This one is for the Wedge, and this is just another kind of detail of how they describe the different areas and the different types of vegetation and their initial treatment and ongoing maintenance. And fortunately, if you've been driving up and down Alpine this fall, you probably have seen a lot of mechanical equipment there. They've done a lot of work. I'm not sure how far they've gone. I've only observed it from the road. And they also have a plan to put a road up into that property. And it'd be really nice if they allowed the homeowners here along above them to be able to use that road to clear out their own vegetation, because it's quite costly. You're cleaning out slopes to haul the material up, and it's actually much easier to go downhill. I own a slope, and I'm adding a regulation for my own property because it's steeper than 30%, and I know how expensive it is to haul things uphill. So the next area is talking about the right-of-way. And this is applicable for evacuations also, in that we have quite a number of trees that are overhanging the roads. And if they're pines or eucalyptus, they're going to perhaps burn and have a problem allowing cars to get through. And here on this photo is a very typical example of what you see throughout town, where you've got a pine tree that's grown up. PG&E does a good job about trimming around the pine tree so that it's not going to spark fires. And it's not going to actually fall on the active lines. And when you're looking at PG&E lines, the ones that are active are always the ones on the top, and the lower ones are utility lines. So you're really only concerned about these upper ones. But because we've been historically trimming these trees over and over again, these very odd shaped trees, and then they're all often hanging over the road, and if the power line wasn't there, the tree probably would grow straight. So the proposal is to work and to do a lot more right-of-way cleanup, not only these trees, but also these hedges. There are these thick hedges that have been planted over the years, and nobody's come in and cleaned them up. And the other picture here is an example of a very extremely cleaned up situation, because the slope is very steep, and very few roads in town are actually this steep. But this is Upper Alpine, where you've got a 60% grade here. And so it's very actively cleaned up. So one thing I don't think most people in town, probably 90% of people in town, don't really realize that they don't own the land between the street and the first 10 feet between the street and their property. And part of our proposal is really get the word out that this is public land, that you're not really allowed to plant on this land without permission. But the town is also required to maintain this right of way. And they haven't really been doing that very extensively, particularly outside of the main thoroughfares. And folks can go online to get their property maps. They're pretty vague in detail, but the town can help you with more detail. So one project we had this fall was to actually inventory the entire town and the trees that were in the right of way. And myself and Marianne went out and counted trees and did this from the car, which is a little bit difficult to be completely sure that you catch everyone. So it's a very good estimate, but it's not perfect. So we were looking for limbs or trees that could fall on power lines and kind of in some ways checking on how PG&E was doing, or looking for just trees that were weak or dead. We were looking for pine, acacia, or eucalyptus that would hurt in an evacuation. We were looking at how big the trees were, whether they were small, which is under 36 feet and 36 inches in diameter, which is still actually a pretty big tree. Medium trees, large trees, and the reason to classify them was to estimate a cost. So all this was trying to come up with some number. How much would it take to remove these dangerous trees? And how many of them were there? And the idea was to come up with some sort of cost. And a small tree, and I just had one taken out. So this is actually very reasonable, cost estimate of $1,500. And they're not too expensive, but they're along the right of way because there's not a lot of hauling because the truck and the chipper is right there. A medium tree at $3,500 and a large tree of $7,500. There's two other items in here. One is underbrush, and I'm still waiting from Jeremy and Howard to get in some sort of estimate or just guesstimate really of how much it would cost to clean up all 33 miles of our town. We don't really know. And so that's really just a guess. And then there's another item that is actually quite small that I'll talk about in another slide of what about the property that is town open space officially owned by the town. So let's talk about that just to get that clear, that as most of us know that the town owns small parcels distributed throughout town and they are acquired through a utility tax. But also donations were solicited for acquisition. And I know Kara's on the call that indicated that we could legally access that fund for maintenance, but the Open Space Committee is not really comfortable with that, primarily because the donations were solicited over time for acquisition. And we, as a wildfire committee, we didn't really look into this very much in terms of how much it would cost. And going forward, there's going to be a small team to assess this situation, because not only don't know how much it costs, we don't know how big the problem is. It may not be that big. It may not, hopefully not that big. So 2 members of the Open Space Committee, myself and perhaps someone else from the Wildfire Committee and Woodside Fire are going to do a small review of these properties so we can estimate the cost here and not leave that kind of hanging. So the tree survey. So the tree survey found that the town owns, oh gosh, I never added this up, but about 250 to 300 trees in the right of way that are somewhat dangerous. Acacias, because they aren't that clear if they're not in bloom, and I'm not an arborist and never plan to be one, are kind of hard to spot. They're not that obvious. No, they're along Grove and along Portola Road in that area, but I don't think they're too prevalent throughout town. And so that's not in this formula here. And just to clarify, we don't have that many juniper hedges, but we have some in the right of way, and Italian cypress. I don't think I saw a single one in the right of way. So what we're really focusing on is pines that just exist in the right of way, mostly because they are great volunteer weeds. I had 2 show up. I thought they were cute. I kept them. I just took one down for $1,200, and the other one's coming down soon as soon as I have something else to replace in that area. There are 75 pines overhanging in the roadway, and I have not yet, and I will very soon, actually figured out, give a list that really are ones that are impacting the PG&E wires. I didn't do that in the initial survey. Now, the town actually owns 92 eucalyptus trees, but I went to the effort to actually count all the private eucalyptus trees I could see, and there are 202 private eucalyptus trees, which is a lot. And the eucalyptus are distributed between kind of the big hunkin' giant ones like you see on in front of Springdown. And there are also several small groves where there are between 10 and 15 much smaller trees, but all grouped together. And there's like some along trailways. There's various different locations of those. And these numbers, I'm not claiming to be completely accurate, but they're very good estimates. So how would we finance cleaning up all this stuff? The mechanism we're proposing is using the Woodside Portola Valley Fire Protection Foundation nonprofit because it already exists, it's independent, and having Woodside Fire prioritize the different programs as they come up, and have a special campaign called Portola Valley Cleanup, where people could donate just to clean up Portola Valley. And to distribute the money, have 70% of that raised to be focusing on town-owned property, which would be getting rid of the eucalyptus, the overhanging pines, removing brush in the right-of-way, and then having a smaller amount available for low-income grants and matching grants for eucalyptus. Now, last year we came to the council requesting matching grants, and we're coming back again, but this time doing this through a nonprofit and not asking to use the current town resources. But eucalyptus are so dangerous. I think it's important to incentivize homeowners to remove their eucalyptus trees. Good news is that PG&E will help a little bit here. If any of the trees that interfere with their power lines, we want to take them out. They're more than happy to take down the tree and put the tree on the ground for us. And then the town will be responsible for disposing the wood. We've got a chipper program, so it sounds like it's a win-win for both of us. They get rid of having to trim that tree over the years, and we get rid of a fire hazard. The campaign, this is just a general estimate, fundraising needs and priorities being the town eucalyptus first, then the town pines, the grants and matching funds, and then the right-of-way cleanup. And the town ukes, I estimated to be $220,000. The town pines, about same $250, and I have not yet subtracted out the PG&E factor here. The estimate is it would cost $700,000 for the owners to get rid of all the eucalyptus trees, and that's just a vague estimate. And so, say $250,000 of grants to assist in that and to assist the low-income owners. So let me talk a little bit about that low-income grant program. So the idea is that we definitely have some homeowners, they're living on Social Security, have lived here a long time, and we want to be able to help them with fire issues, whether that's removing a eucalyptus tree, initial clearing of a steep slope, not annual maintenance, or replacement of a wood shake roof. Those are the three most dangerous things that we have remaining, and they're expensive the first time. They're not, well, the wood shake roof, you'd only do it once. And the steep slope, you clean it once, and then the the annual cleaning isn't that bad. So the low-income grant would focus on folks that make less than $50,000 a year in their taxes, and Social Security isn't completely taxable. So this is a reasonable first pass estimate of the amount of money they would be limited to, and have them show 3 years of prior tax returns to the fire department and have long-term residency here. So those are the 6 recommendations. I will stop sharing so we can have a conversation.
Thank you, Karen. I'll start with questions from the council for Karen or Michael, and then we'll move on to public comment. Craig's got his hand up. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I have a handful. My first is going all the way back to underground transformers. Why is it just underground? Why not ones that are at grade or sitting up on poles?
The ones sitting up on poles, PG&E already takes care of maintaining the clearance.
And also the ground underneath. I mean, if one of those explodes, catches fire, and then drips flaming material down below, do they look under as well? And that's just PG&E's transformers. There are other pole-mounted transformers for cell phone towers and things like that.
I'm not sure about that. My understanding is that PG&E has to take care of the maintain the vegetation already at the top. I don't know about the transformers for cable and other things. I don't know if that's an issue.
So Craig, can I answer that or perhaps give some perspective? If you go and do an on-site walk like I did and look at some of the locations where the underground transformers are located, you will discover that there is vegetation very, very close to the transformer. Whereas I think what Karen was trying to say is that there's a current program that PG&E actually has in place to visibly look at transformers that are on poles, so overground. It does not appear that that's taking place with respect to underground transformers. And I think that became very illustrative during an incident at Portola Valley Ranch on coal mine. So I think that was a lesson learned. And it caused us to bring this to Don Bullard and get his perspective on it. And so that recommendation really became crystallized based on conversations with Don Bullard and the need to basically have a clearance from those underground transformers. You really don't want to have a bunch of cover to cover up an underground transformer. That's a mistake just waiting to happen.
And what about ones that might be mounted at grade level on a pad? Because a lot of the time you might have a bush right up against it as screening or something. You want those too.
Craig, that's an excellent point. And that's why I think we're here. We're here before you to get the perspective that we may have missed. Because I think when we looked at this, we were instructed by the specific example that was sitting right before us.
Well, that actually happened already.
Yeah, it happened already. So it's like, okay, now we know about it. We better do something about it. But to your point, you bring up an excellent way of broadening out this recommendation or this proposal so that it covers something that we missed. Because again, the trees are right in front of us and we didn't see the forest. So good point.
Well, Craig, in Blue Oaks in particular, there are above ground transformers that are sitting on the ground. But they have clearly marked signs saying, vegetation cannot be 10 feet to the front and to the sides, and they're really clean. So it hasn't been an issue. So
yeah, I'm thinking of other ones. There's some across from on Alpine Road. I guess it's a little bit up from Zotz. There's a big bunch of stuff that I think is AT&T's equipment that includes a transformer and a bunch of other stuff and potentially could catch fire. And I remember it because I was on the ASCC when they put that stuff in, and we required a bunch of plantings to go in front of it to screen it from the road. And I couldn't tell you whether it's 10 feet away or not. It might well be, but it's just that kind of installation where I think if we had something, it shouldn't be limited probably to just underground. It would be a more general thing for anything that you've got that might explode and catch fire. You want to keep 10 feet away from it. Then moving on to the 30-degree slope extra clearance question. There's going to be a technical question of how do you measure the slope and where do you measure it from? Is it from the bottom corner of the foot of the building down to the lowest point of your property line? There's technical things that I think you're gonna have to work through there, and I don't know how that would. You might want to loop in the planning folks to think about how we might technically define that. I think the general idea is good. And then the other thing is, I don't know if you had any discussion while you were talking about it, what happens where people don't own 200 feet downslope from their building? So if you, like, let's say you're on a 30-degree slope, but you're just inside the setback on the downhill side of your property, and the 200 feet below you on the cliff is your neighbor. have you thought at all about those kinds of situations? I mean, I could picture what this might do is incentivize people to just build all of their houses down at the bottom of their property instead of the top of their property. So then they don't have to.
Yeah, I have thought about both of those things. So we talked about making the regulation a little more complicated in terms of specifying for the 30-degree slope, it needs to start here and having 10 feet easement around it. And Woodside Fires suggested just keep it simple because they're not going to come out with a measuring stick and figuring it out. And they wanted something as simple as possible and to not worry about the fine details. I kind of think of 30 degrees as where it's just difficult kind of to get your grip to walk up, because mine is sometimes, you know, you just want to pull because you're trying to do something and it's, you know, there's kind of like a sixth sense about it. That's not a very good answer for a legal term, but Woodside Fire kind of preferred to have it simple. And on your second question, refresh my brain what it was about.
You don't own the 200 feet.
Oh, yes. In one of our meetings, I brought that up in terms of, let's say you're in a situation where your house is here, but you don't actually own this at all, that the homeowner below you should clean it up. And it got complicated, and I didn't get much support for requiring your downslope neighbor to do it, and maybe we could do it in the future. I understand the concern, but I don't know.
Yeah, I could see it being really problematic if you have somebody who, you know, let's say you have an undeveloped lot, and somebody builds a house there. Now all of a sudden the neighbor has to spend a bunch of money cleaning up the slope that used to have nothing above it. And now because somebody built there, they have to clean it. So I understand why we're not doing that. I'm thinking about, you know, my neighborhood in Woodside Highlands, where it's probably an unusual parcel here where you have 200 feet below the house, and it's not unusual to have a 30 degree slope. And so you're gonna have a lot of situations where you just don't have 200 feet, at least not on the property that the building is on. And then the last question I had is why you have the residency requirement for the low income grants. The you know, proof of income I understand, but why do you have to have been in Portola Valley for 10 years?
Well, it was sort of a practical thing in terms of it's unlikely for somebody to have bought a home in Portola Valley in the last 10 years.
They may have inherited, they may have moved back into one that they, you know, there are a lot of reasons. There might be somebody who just hasn't been here for 10 years. I wouldn't want to keep that unsafe for 10 years because they can't afford to clean up their property that they moved into for whatever reason.
Oh, so they moved away and came back.
I don't know, lots of possible
Okay.
reasons.
Okay.
The income, what my point is, I get the income restriction, but if you have low income and can't afford to clean up your property, I don't care how long you've been here. I wish you'd make it fire safe.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. We were just trying to, I hadn't thought of that situation. I was thinking more of somebody who's lived here their whole life and have an older home.
Okay, those were my only questions. Thanks.
Other questions from the council for Karen? Ann, go ahead.
Thank you both, Karen and Michael. This is amazing work. I had a question as well about the 30-degree slope clearance. And I think Craig's points are well taken about the potential interference of property lot lines in those areas. And mine really came to, do you have an idea, because I know you did an unbelievable job in inventorying all of this, of how many properties might have that 30-degree slope issue? I mean, I know this probably, as Craig said, going to be focused in areas like the Highlands, but I think, again, there's examples all throughout town because we're obviously very rolling topography with sharp areas and then small. And part of it to me also is just how long the 30-degree slope extends, meaning you can have one piece that is, and then it's quickly, and so is it at any point in that slope that if it hits 30 degrees, then it all needs to be cleared?
I was thinking it was an average. So if
It's
you
an
had
average, okay.
slope, yeah, it's not just 20 feet of very steep.
Right. And I think I think that will get complicated just for any number, but I certainly applaud it and understand why you're trying to encourage everybody to get rid of any of that sparking that could occur. And the bigger question I had, frankly, is on the large parcels. Your map is fabulous that shows all of the greater than 50-acre parcels we have in town. And that's a divergent group of public, institutional, and private. And you already referred to the largest, which is Mid-Penn. And for those of us who have been trying to work with Mid-Penn on a number of these properties for a long time, that's one that we wrestle with a lot, just because we've not been able to exert the leverage that we would have expected to be able to with Mid-Penn through the years. And frankly, I'm not terribly optimistic that's going to change anytime soon. But that's one separate topic. But my real question is, I didn't know whether you'd had any outreach to any of the private landowners, because obviously we have some very significant El Mirador, Neely, there's a number of big parcels. This is going to place a very significant burden on them, for them to develop a land management program, implement it, have it overseen. And so I'm just wondering if there had been any outreach, or might you consider some outreach is probably even a better way to say it, as a next step, because I think that just given the financial burden that's likely to impose on them, there may be some other thinking that we'll have to go into to developing ways to potentially even assist those large landowners, particularly El Mirador, since we know that is in a difficult ownership, or at least complicated ownership structure. So thank you for that. And I also agree with Craig's comment about the 10-year period. I thought had a similar thought about wondering why it was being suggested, given there could be any number of scenarios. The income test, I think, is probably adequate, to really serve that need. And those were my questions. Thank you.
To answer your question about, we haven't reached out directly to all of the landowners yet. Just haven't had them.
Okay. John, Marianne, if you have any questions, you could ask them now, or I can take the public comments.
I had a question about the Portola Valley cleanup campaign. How would that be run?
Haven't quite figured out exactly. I know the Woodside Fire Foundation does mailers and things like that, and then members of the team can, do some advertising on the forum and things like that. And the fortunate things, I don't think it's a huge reach of money for the town, and I think hopefully there's enough interest to do some of this.
So you run it through the Woodside Fire Foundation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. I'll move to public comment for the moment. I see some hands up. Marissa Zuckerman, go ahead.
I heard.
Okay, I don't hear. Do we lose? It sounded like an automated one again, but Dale, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I had to unmute. I'd like to point out that I'm on the ad hoc wildfire committee, and I'm the only person who voted against these recommendations. And it is very simple. It has to do with two of the items on there. One is the slope requirement. The other one's the large parcel. And I'm all for private property rights, and passing such an ordinance to me appears to be a public taking. It could create a significant unforeseen and unfounded hardship on certain homeowners, parcel owners. And so that is my concern about those two particular issues. And that's my comment.
Okay. Thank you, Dale. Okay, next up, we have John Hancock. Go ahead. Okay. Next up, we have Rob Young. Go ahead, Rob.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'd really like to compliment the committee on the work that they've done. I know how much work this must have been and how hard it must have been. I have been worried about this for the last 5 years as we see global warming starting to take effect and the environment changed drastically. I personally feel that we were pretty lucky in the CZU fire. That was a rare event for this area that the humidity went down, but there were no winds. So although it happened, I think that it could have been much worse if there would have been even some stronger moderate winds that could have blown it over the slope. I would like us to keep that in mind because we only have 2 roads out of here. And if for some reason we got a stronger wind and if we needed to evacuate the city fast, it could be a bad situation. There are a lot of people that live here and there aren't many roads. I think that we should be very, very careful in the future to make sure as we're doing developments that we're making sure that we're not constricting the very little access that we have for evacuation. The other thing that I guess there was the town funded a study in about 2010 or something called the Moritz study. And I believe that in that study, they identified some areas of concern for extreme wildfire hazards too, some canyons. And although I really want to compliment you on how you've identified some practical getting after this now, my only question here is, and I would very much like to donate to this in a significant way. I wonder if we have prioritized the biggest hazards that we have in the town. I personally live near Cervantes and Westridge intersection, which is at the top of the wedge. Anybody that's ever hiked the Admiral Quilter Trail has seen the underbrush, the dead underbrush in that canyon. I love Shady Trail. A number of the homeowners in Shady Trail have started to clear the underbrush in their properties, but they're still significant. But there are other canyons in the city that I don't live in the flats. I live on top of the hill. And so I'm naturally worried about what can happen if some of these canyons get set loose, especially if we get some extremely dry weather, and if some of the underbrush isn't cleared. I'm extremely worried about the tall trees, and I've removed over 20 Monterey pines since I've lived here in the last 30 years. I have some deodoras that I want to find out if I should remove those. But to me, it's also making sure that we have a plan for clearing the underbrush that can start these canyons going off and making sure that these canyons don't get torched off. Please don't take my concerns as any negativeness for what you're doing. I fully support what you're doing, and I would like to thank you for what you're doing. But my big question here is, are we really prioritizing, especially if people like me are donating, are we prioritizing which should be done first? I mean, I know that there are some low hanging branches in our work here that we should get rid of quickly. And I'm not any big fan of these big trees, but if an event happened that a lot of people died in, I would like to know that we really prioritized everything that we could do the best up front. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Your point is very well taken. There's a few people who could probably elaborate on this better than I. I will say that, we kind of divide our efforts between the public properties, public rights of way, and then private properties. They're both important, obviously. We have a little more control over what happens in our public rights of way. that said, your point is well taken. And the idea of, where are our hazards, biggest hazards, what can we do to sort of have the biggest impact on overall public safety compared to what happens with a private property owner. I think some of this is an attempt to engage more with the private property side, whereas we've always had a much easier access to the public, the rights of way, and the public, the exit routes, as you mentioned. But thank you. Rita is up next. Rita, go ahead.
Yeah, Karen, thank you for your report. I heard part of it in one of your other meetings, and I really appreciate it. I have a question about if you have aligned your choices in your report with the FEMA guidelines to construction and wildfire zones that came out in 2008. And it, you've touched on a lot of very similar things. And I don't know, perhaps Craig could answer if ASCC had used those FEMA guidelines, because we are in a fire zone, and we need to take care of the underbrush, which is very serious. I live on West Ridge, and a couple of weeks ago, I picked up over 30 cigarette butts along my property on West Ridge from who knows who. And as I'm dropping my daughter off at school this morning on the corner of right next to McClenahan's on Restradero, there were some people there that were working on paving, and a couple of the workers there were smoking cigarettes. And so, we need to worry about a lot of things, and hopefully the town will be sending out a message to, construction people and whatnot about not throwing out the cigarette butts and not smoking on the roads. But I want to thank you, and I support, whatever we can do to decrease fire danger and fire hazards in this town, because I love these trees, but I worry about them for myself and my child. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rusty's up next. Go ahead, Rusty.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karen and Michael. I really appreciate the work you're doing. I want to add a slightly different perspective, building off of the comments by Rob and Rita. And I sent, because time's short, I sent an email to the council earlier this evening, and also to the committee. I hope you have a chance to read that and take a look at that. I requested in that email that a graphic be presented, and I wonder if that could be pulled up.
Yep, pulling it up right now.
Thank you. This is a map of Portola Valley. Up is north, east is to the right, south is at the bottom. This map was prepared by Moritz in 2008, was commissioned by the town to do a study of the fire hazards in town. They did an exhaustive and comprehensive examination of all the vegetation in town, and based on the vegetation, they ranked the various hazards presented across town. They found 19 highest hazard areas. And this is the location, the approximate location in town of those 19 areas. This is a very sobering picture. We need to understand what comprise those hazardous areas. Surprisingly, it's not eucalyptus trees. That's not the big concern. It's not pine trees. Yes, those are very dangerous trees, but that's not what's comprising the big hazards in town. This map came out in 2008, and it shows us that it's distributed throughout the town. Certainly Mid-Penn is a problem. That's down in the lower left-hand corner of the map. But off this map, above to the north in the white space is Jasper Ridge, which is an enormous fire hazard. And to the northwest in the upper left-hand corner is Searsville Lake, and that's an equally dangerous hazard. And it feeds into a very steep, ravenous ravine that comes, that little spike that dips into Portola Valley, and above there. These are extraordinary fire hazards that we're looking at. It's unfortunate that Don Bullard couldn't be here tonight because I think we may disagree on this call about what we're looking at. I think we're looking at an existential threat for Portola Valley. I understand Karen disagrees with that. I think it would be interesting to hear what Don thinks about that. But irrespective of what differences we might have about that, it's important for the town to recognize that in 2015, the governor's office issued a directive requiring towns with very hazardous, very high hazard fire zones in town, as we have 19 of them, to amend their general plan to perform a comprehensive hazard and risk assessment of the entire town. And what we're looking at here is hazard based on vegetation. This understates the hazard because it doesn't integrate the underlying topography, and it doesn't show you where the houses and the infrastructure are. And to do an integrated hazard and risk assessment, you have to lay the vegetation on top of the terrain amidst the houses and the roadways and the population to understand what hazard is really presented in this town and what are our priorities and what do we need to address them. And so I want to urge the town council to look at the governor's directive. I sent a copy of that in my memorandum to you today. Came out in 2015. Calls for an amendment to the general plan to have been submitted by 2015, incorporating a comprehensive wildfire hazard and risk assessment for the town. It instructs us how to do it. It gives us all the tools and guidance we need to get it done. And it's absolutely critical that we do that for a couple of reasons. The first reason is so that we understand what we're looking at and prioritize well what we address. It's going to help the town council to set its priorities. Are you going to spend $100,000 taking eucalyptus trees out or building a fire break if that's not going to protect us against the greatest hazards in town or protect the most lives? Or are you going to prioritize the money that you spend on this so that you accomplish the greatest good? It's also going to help firefighters anticipate and prepare to respond to the greatest risks that we confront. And I think if you ask Don Bullard, he'll tell you it's absolutely necessary. So I hope next time we have a study session on this, we can have Don Bullard here. And I hope we can get through a comprehensive, get agreement in town that it's time to do a comprehensive hazard and risk assessment for wildfire, just like we did for seismic 50 years ago. It will inform the priorities we set and will tell us what ordinances we ought to have in town to protect this town from destruction. Last thing I'm going to say, the CZU fire is close, but a closer analog was the glass fire in Napa. The terrain, the ecosystem, the humidity, the vegetation is much more similar to where we sit today. But both of those fires, whether you pick the glass fire or you pick the CZU fire, both of those fires exploded from 10,000 acres to 40,000 acres overnight. Those fires grew 30,000 acres in less than a day. Portola Valley is 7,000 acres. We don't have the time to evacuate this town if we experience cataclysmic conditions that give rise to a wildfire here. We need to understand that and deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey McGill's got her hand up. Go ahead, Corey.
Rusty has small.
Okay. Okay. I see no other hands up. I'll bring it back to the council. Oh, Christy. Okay. Christy has her hand up and then Mary. Go ahead, Christy.
Hello, thank you. And thank you for your presentation. It's just so refreshing to hear that you're have a good plan and thinking about it in depth, and I appreciate that. Let's see, I was looking at, so there's 33 miles of road and we are in 7 square miles for our city. Is that correct? Do I have those numbers correct?
It's essentially correct through the chair.
Okay. You know, and looking at other cities, I just want to throw out other ideas. I've seen another city put their city into zones. Obviously, with the finances that you presented tonight, you can't do it all in 1 year. So what they did was do, say 6,000 homes. They, you know, you have to scale this down, but 6,000 homes brought, they only looked at 1,000 homes a year and took care of 1,000 homes a year and focused on that. So by the time 5 years out, 6 years out, they knew they hit the whole city. So I kind of like that idea of zones and that we're going to just attack this. And we're going to be done in 5 years with our city. And then we're going to start again with that zone number 1 and do that and go through the city again and plan our finances over a 5-year period. So I'd just like to throw that out as an idea since it seems to work for another city. And then I think there's something really important about looking, you know, making sure we're ready in May for the fire season coming up, not still working on it into October. We, you know, May through October is the fire season. So how do we get ready for May? And what do we do? Do we have 3 crews, chipper crews? Do we have a forest health department that goes and gets all the dead trees in the forest management? And then we have a defensible space crew that could be checking all the houses, say in January. And so there's a whole way to do it. I just thought I'd throw out a few more ideas to think about that seem to work for another town. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary's got her hand up. Go ahead, Mary.
There are 2 things that struck me in the presentation. I thought it was really great, Karen. Thank you so much. One was that your 200 feet, your break, your shade break, does go along with our wetland corridor. And it would be awfully nice to enhance our wetland corridor as part of our fire resilience. I think that we get a lot more out of the water that we have in terms of defending ourselves. So, and we've already done that. We unroofed the Saucil Creek and there's more to unroof and there's more to develop all along there that will provide some fire resilience. So I know it's thinking outside of the box, but what we can do for climate change is restore our wetlands and improve our carbon sequestration. And what we can do on that also helps us with our own resilience, which is bringing water back into the valley. So that's one thing. And the other thing I wanted to say was about enforcement. I think I'm not a big law and order person. I'm not somebody who likes to boss people around, but I think we really have to get, if you're going to do any of these things, we can't have the fire department spending 10 years telling Stanford it's got to clean up its act and not have them have any support from us. So it's my feeling, my strong feeling, that we need to truly give the power to the fire department to have them really work with us and to have them really do make us hold our feet to the fire. I'm afraid, you know, that we actually, they're not just telling us this is dangerous. They have to help us figure out how we're going to do it, how we're going to afford it, where we're going to get the grants, what we're going to do. and make it happen. So the enforcement part is going to be real. And I really appreciate your thinking about that, because it's not like we haven't thought of this for the last 10 years. We've been thinking about it hard. The fire department's been thinking about it hard. You guys have been thinking about it hard. It's just really hard to get the big property owners to pay attention.
Okay. Thanks, Mary. Okay, I see a hand up. Catherine Maslin, go ahead.
I fucking hate Brand.
Okay. And Harper Collins, go ahead. Okay. Okay. I don't see any other hands up for public comment, so we'll bring it back to council. So we are just commenting on the report tonight in recommendations for something we would adopt in the future. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
Sorry, I'm distracted by the Zoom bombing here.
You don't say.
Yeah, the committee I think Michael and Karen can speak to this, but the committee had reached a point in their discussions that they thought it made a lot of sense to come back to council at this point and see how they were doing, get a taste test of their proposals, and get any guidance that you might have to go back and continue work or drop those items that you don't think are worth further discussion. I think it's important to note some of these proposals may very well end up in the Woodside Fire Protection District's own code instead of ours. And I've been talking with Fire Marshal Bullard about that. In particular, I think the item related to the undeveloped lands, the large properties, that's one that he believes may make some sense there. But that could be part of the direction from the council tonight to continue those conversations. Obviously, there's some cost estimates that haven't been developed by staff yet for some properties, and I suspect there'll be a range there. So that's something else that we'd like to develop, as well as the committees moving forward. But I think that's where we are. I'd also, if I just take this opportunity, those people who are Zoom bombing, we do have your IP addresses. So this might be a good opportunity to stop doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got the list of proposals from the fire committee, and thank you to Karen and Michael for developing these. Does anyone want to start with just any council members want to start with just feedback or thoughts on? Do we want to move ahead with these? Do we? John, I see your hand up. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I'll just start by saying I think this is a really great presentation. Thank you, Michael and Karen. It's a lot of great ideas, some which clearly, like the underground transformer regulation, that's something it's just a slam dunk. Some of them are obviously going to take a little more effort and study. I think the one maybe not a minor concern, one concern I have is as these ideas are put out there, for instance, the slope clearing regulation that isn't being considered, I think people are going to potentially look at this and say, okay, I got to get out there and clear my slopes. And we already have some examples of almost disastrous slope clearing in town on steep slopes that where people didn't really know what they were doing or had contractors who didn't know how to approach it correctly. And so we really have to make sure that people understand that there's some real great care has to be taken in order to not cure one problem and create another, like landslides, for instance, which our town is prone to in a lot of spots. So but in general, I think that the approach you're taking is great. I think that I like the fact that you're looking at the possibility of some financing options with that will bring in maybe allow the town to help people who are financially strapped, and at the same time, maybe I think we probably have good opportunities to make get some fundraising going in town for this. That's obviously a town-wide problem and affects every one of us. So great job, and thanks very much.
Anyone else who wants to go next? Craig, I see you.
Yeah, I think this is a great piece of work, and I think through my questions I kind of addressed a couple things that I think might need a couple tweaks, but by and large I think it's all useful stuff. And I think one of the nice things about it is, well, I mean, removing all the trees may take a while, but other than that, a lot of these things are things that can be done very quickly. They're not big, challenging tasks that, as was suggested, might be spread over 5 years. The trees, maybe we might need to think about something like that, but we can see how the fundraising goes. If we raise all the money, we might be able to do it quickly. But all of this seems like good ideas that can be put into practice fairly quickly. I agree with John. I think a big component of it is going to be education, telling people how to do it the right way, and not just clear cut. Don't rip out everything. Don't leave bare dirt that the first time it rains is going to wash downhill onto your neighbor, and your house is then going to slide down the hill because there's nothing holding it up anymore. So yeah, doing this stuff right is important, but I think that's something we can put together as part of our education package, whatever that is, messaging package that goes out to people to educate them about this stuff, because that's frankly how most people probably find out about it. Is we'll send them something in the mail saying, hey, here are the 5 you don't want to plant, here are the 2 you should remove, clear 200 feet downhill of your property, and here's how to do it the right way. I think that's a lot of details to be worked through to come up with final suggestions on each of these things, but it's all heading in the right direction.
Okay, thanks, Craig. Michael's got his hand up. Michael, go ahead.
I just wanted to provide the council with a bit more perspective in connection with how these were formulated. So we did think about, overall plans, and we talked about the general plan and a lot of things. We came to the conclusion that would take a long time. And we were very concerned about the urgency given what we've just been through. So when we met with the fire department and Don Bullard and talked to the fire experts, our goal was to come up with things that we can act on now that are deemed high risk. And so I just wanted to reinforce the idea here that urgency was at the top of the list and high risk. And so as Karen has gone through these, I know one of the proposals that's a little bit contentious is the large open space or the large landmass issue. But I want to emphasize, and we all came to the same conclusion when we talked about this numerous times, we're talking about a proposal that impacts 50% of the land mass in Portola Valley. If we can get 50% of the land mass under control, that's a big win. And so it's not that we're giving up on anything else. We're looking for the big win now. What can we do that has the biggest impact? So I don't want to ever give you the impression that we're not working on other things. We're working on canyons. We're working on a lot of other proposals. What we're looking at now is what can we do now to have the biggest impact? And in consultation with Woodside Fire Protection District, this is what we came up with. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you, Michael. I agree. I think this is a great list. I think these are all things that are worth pursuing. I mean, because Craig pointed out, some of them are complicated. I mean, the slopes do have to be managed carefully. The financing is going to take some time to work out. I have to imagine. The good news is there's a lot we can do without that financing. There's a lot of property owners who can go ahead on their own and address things without us having to raise the money. So it's not holding up the bulk of the work, in my opinion. But I agree with you about that. The large property plans would be a huge step forward for everyone. Any other comments from the council on this? Anne, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think as you heard from my first question about that, I couldn't agree with you more, Michael, that there's more bang for the dollar in terms of what we can do by focusing on those concentrated holdings. And I think right now, if you look at those parcels, it's all over the board in terms of who's done what, who's not able to respond, doesn't want to respond. So my only suggestion as you go forward is that I think this one's going to take some additional resources, just in terms of focus of your team, just because, as you suggest, it's very concentrated. So a win in this group will make a huge difference right out of the box. So I would certainly encourage you to add and, ask if you need new members or whatever you might need to help. You guys have done an amazing amount of work, and I just want to make sure we don't burn you out, no pun intended, with this that task alone, just having done what we've been doing for a long time, working with some of these landowners and other issues, is a very big one. And so I would encourage you to ask for whatever help we can give you to really start to deal with that and see where we're going to come out on all that, because I think it's huge, and I couldn't agree more. So, and I also am very, very excited that you're willing to take on fundraising. It's, we haven't had many volunteers raising their hands in the last few years to do any fundraising, but clearly I think the timing is right. And I think that your approach, as you just articulated it, Michael, in particular, is incredibly compelling, and the community would respond to that to say, we are not waiting for we are immediately tackling things we know will make a difference, and a tangible difference in a very short period of time. And then beyond that, we will look to other changes going forward, in terms of our regulations or our general plan, depending on how all this shakes out. So thank you for all your great work, and just be sure you raise your hand when you need some additional help on dealing with those homeowners.
I'm raising my hand.
I had a feeling you might be. So,
but one thing, we are just an advisory committee.
Sure.
So there's a limit to what we can do.
Understood.
Yeah. Yep. But in connection with your comment on the large landowners, you're absolutely right. I think there needs to be some form of outreach. Each one of these parcels is very different.
Yep.
Very, very different. So I appreciate that comment very much.
Through the chair, one of the things the council may want to consider tonight is granting the committee authority to have those communications now as they're developing the proposals further. So that might be something you want to think about.
Could the committee work with the fire district to reach out to landowners, or do you want to have do you think it's worth having a separate channel?
Through the chair, I think it makes a lot of sense to include Dawn. Dawn has, with some folks, very long-standing relationships that I believe to be positive. So I think that could only help.
I'm bringing it up just because we probably couldn't authorize that tonight. It's not an agendized item, but if we wanted to put it forward on a future consent agenda, we could do that, I suppose, or we could just recognize that the committee will continue working with Don, and Don and the committee will contact those property owners. Those are two options. I'm curious which you prefer.
If I may ask through the chair to Cara. Cara, could the council grant that authority tonight, or does it have to be agendized?
I think you can.
Okay.
Because there is contemplation that you will be giving feedback and suggestions. So under suggestions to the committee, you could suggest that they, interface with the appropriate people.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. I think that's a fine idea. I don't know. Does anyone else have an opinion on it? Anne, go ahead.
I think that's the right way to do it, because clearly there's a distinction between the town and the fire district, with some separation of roles, but integration of roles. So I think obviously one from each group, from Michael and Karen's group, and with Don and his team, however he chooses to staff that too.
Okay. Mary Ann, do you want?
Yes, I agree with Anne. I think it's a great idea. And I did want to say that this is a remarkable document that your committee has come up with, and the fire danger in town does feel existential. It does feel insurmountable. But this slide presentation made me feel like, okay, you know, I think we can get going on this. I think we can get started. Certainly there are concerns that have been brought up by residents that have to be addressed, but I really applaud you for taking this approach. Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. In terms of authorizing the committee to contact large landowners, do we need a motion for that, Cara?
I think that would be good.
Okay, it sounds like we have consensus for that. Does somebody want to make a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, let Ann do it. It's her last full meeting.
It might be her last second. Moved
Don't
by
say
Craig.
that.
Moved by Craig, seconded by Ann. If there's no other discussion, then roll call vote, Sharon.
Councilmember Wenger,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Hughes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Derwin,
Aye.
Mayor Alf.
Aye. Okay, that motion passes. Is there other guidance or comments? Anything else that Karen, Michael, anything else you're looking for from us, or anything else the council wants to offer in terms of guidance? Okay, if not, then thank you. I will agree with my colleagues. This is an outstanding report, and just more of the work that I've seen from this committee over the past 18 months now. So thank you again for all the work you guys are putting in on this, and we'll look forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to move on then to item 6, activity restrictions on high fire days. Jeremy, is this you? Yeah.
That's me, Mayor Alston, members of the council, and I'm glad that Michael and Aaron are still here. One of the recommendations that the council accepted and adopted last year from the Wildfire Preparedness Committee was to amend the types, some activities that residents undertake during high fire danger events. So the committee concentrated on 3 types of events that get called in our community. One is the PG&E Public Safety Power Shutoff. Second is Red Flag Day, and third is Spare the Air Days. Thank you to Cara for drafting, I think, a really good ordinance that addresses each of these 3 events and the slightly different types of restrictions that we're calling for different reasons, just to take you through them. I'm looking at red page 96. So for red flag warnings, we're looking at a prohibition of gas-powered landscaping, construction, and gardening equipment. Electric powered equipment could be used only if it's not going to be the potential for a spark or cause a fire. The PSPS event is similar. The Spare the Air Day is a bit different. Obviously, that's not directly related to fire, but we thought it made some sense. The committee thought it made some sense at this point to go ahead and include it as part of the ordinance, and this would be solely gas-powered equipment. So with that, happy to take any questions or comments you might have. Thank you.
Okay, questions? I see Craig's hand up. Go ahead, Craig.
Has there ever been a PSPS event when it was not a red flag day?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I believe that they've all been, at least in town, have been associated with
I'm just a little wary of having PSPS be a trigger for this, given that the Spare the Air Days and Red Flag Days, I think it's well understood when those occur, and they are purely based on fire conditions. The PSPS events are based on PG&E's inability to manage its infrastructure combined with weather events, and don't directly necessarily imply fire danger in Portola Valley. For example, it might turn off a power line upstream of us somewhere because there's fire danger elsewhere, not here. So we can get to it under discussion. My inclination would be to remove all the PSPS stuff, given that there's no such thing as a PSPS without a red flag day anyway. But we can get to that under discussion.
That's an interesting point. I might be right. Other questions from the council? Okay. Any public comment on this? Rita, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know, how would this information be communicated to the contractors and the homeowners that may be out of the country at the time, but especially to the contractors that it would, and the service people that may be doing service within our community?
Through the chair, we have relationships with obviously the most active contractors in town. So we would be promoting materials out through those relationships. We also have people identified through our business license program. So that's another way we would push information out to the businesses and service providers. We'd also ask residents to help us communicate that to anyone who works on their property. I think in particular, reaching out to landscapers and gardeners is challenging. So we would ask for assistance from residents. And there's other general ideas that we're kicking about right now as it relates to making sure that everyone understands what the new regulations are. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Rita. Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so we will move on to discussion. Craig, why don't you start us off?
Sure. So as mentioned, I don't particularly relish the idea of writing PG&E into our municipal code. When they declare a PSPS for their own reasons, that should have an impact on what the law in Portola Valley is and what people are allowed and not allowed to do. Given that it's covered, I think, by red flag warnings, I would just remove all the sections on PSPS from the ordinance. The other comment and question that I have is on the enforcement section. It says that there would be a public nuisance and that you could have an injunctive relief. Is the crime being committed by the person who's wielding the power tool, or is the crime being, or the public nuisance being created by the property owner whose property is being power tooled? Because I'd be more supportive of the latter than the former, given that it really should be up to the property owner to make sure that their contractor or the contractor that their employees are doing the right thing. I'd hate to see a circumstance, as we're talking about everything else that's going on in town, where the sheriff's office ends up carting off some gardener because they were using a weed trimmer on a red flag day.
So I'll respond to the language as drafted. The interpretation is that if you're charging it as a misdemeanor crime, and any municipal ordinance a violation is a misdemeanor unless you specifically specify that it should be an infraction. So as currently drafted, it would be a misdemeanor, and the misdemeanor would be charged against the person using the equipment. There are other ways to enforce this ordinance, because the enforcement provision does allow the city to bring a nuisance cause of action. That would be against the property owner for allowing the nuisance to occur on the property.
Would it be straightforward to modify this to make it be an infraction as opposed to a misdemeanor against the wielder of the tool?
Yes, we could do that.
Through the chair, just one comment for consideration, that we should have some authority to cite repeat offenders who are gardeners or landscapers as well. So we want to consider that as part of the enforcement mechanism.
An infraction could bear a fine or something, all right, Cara? Is there something in our municipal code that specifies what the penalties would be?
Right, so there are three different ways of enforcing these types of things. One is through criminal enforcement, either through a misdemeanor or infraction. Second is a public nuisance cause of action. And then the third is an administrative penalty provision. So We have some administrative penalty general provisions in our code, but if you really want this enforced through administrative penalties, I would suggest that you do include a specific administrative penalty provision in the ordinance. And it might be, that we, if that's your direction to us, maybe we would bring it back with that language. It's a little hard to draft right now this meeting. We would want a tiered approach, I would assume, in terms of number of offenses.
Okay. How does everybody else feel about the sort of level of severity of the crime and who it's applied against?
Anne, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree that I think it should be levied against the homeowner. I don't think it should be levied against the contractor or the gardener, whomever is working on the property. So I think I probably would follow Kara's recommendation that she brings it back with some revised language to reflect that. I'm still thinking through your PSPS, however, Craig, I'm not convinced that there isn't some scenario that might separate them. And I don't know. It's hard for me to think of. I think that the scenario that I think is more likely, which is probably to your point, is that a PSPS is declared through a 4-county area. And it's not, as has happened in this last couple of months, it hasn't really affected us, and we've had virtually no. However, I was trying to think if we had a red flag day on all of those days, and I'm not sure we did, because the wind didn't come up here in the way they expected. Yet the PSPS event had been declared, which is to your point, and I'm trying to think if there's a scenario in which it would be reversed, and it's probably unlikely, but I'm a little uncomfortable without kind of looking at that a little more closely, just to make sure we're not leaving something behind by taking that out. So if we're going to delay for Kara to rework some of the language, maybe we could look at that and see if there has ever been a scenario where that could work against us, because we're trying to be extra conservative. But I'm never, like you, I'm reluctant to have a very broad PSPS potentially have a bigger impact on us when it shouldn't have.
Through the chair, we'll happy to do that. Finalize that. Yeah, I can talk to. I'll have a conversation with PG&E, and I'm sure they have some data that would be helpful.
Yeah, I see your point, but I think the local red flag alert takes sort of precedent, so to speak, over whatever PG&E is declaring somewhere else. So I think I agree with Craig, but yeah, I'm happy to just explore that and make sure that we're not leaving something on the table there by limiting, by striking that language. John, I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think I'm really glad to see this come up. And this is a great start. I tend to agree with Craig. I think the PSPS doesn't really encapsulate the reasons for doing it so much. I think it's probably more often going to be a sort of a remote reason that we're putting in a PSPS or a PSPS warning. So I think we're probably okay putting it on just on the red flag warnings and spread the air days. But I'd like to see what Jeremy managed to dig up from PG&E. There was one other thing I was going to mention. Let's see. I think as far as enforcement, that's kind of a new concept here in town. Over the years, we've hardly done any enforcement. I don't know that we have. Maybe correct me, Kara. We have almost no fines that are described in our ordinances at this point. Very few, very limited. Not that it's maybe time to start it. I think we have to be careful how we do that, and I would like to. I think it would work best if you come back with a revised approach to this with some idea of what sorts of levels of fines we're talking about.
through the chair, just to address John's comments, the code does need some harmonization as it relates to the types of fines and what's available. That I think is true. It is a bit scattered. It's actually one of Brandon's final projects for us is to go through the entire code and find where we mention code enforcement or code compliance or otherwise, and where there's a fine or if there isn't a fine. So he's there creating a spreadsheet, as probably not doing it right now, but this week. So that will come. The second part is we are anticipating bringing back at either the December 9th or the January 13th meeting, the survey that we wanted to do for residents on code enforcement issues, which I think will be very helpful. So that was ready to go when COVID came. So we're dusting it off and we'll be bringing that back. So we'll have additional information for the council to consider more broadly as it relates to code enforcement type issues.
The one last point that I forgot to address is whether or not we find the homeowner or the user of the machine. I think for the most part, that's the right way to go, but I do think that there may be cases where contractors, even though they've been through one situation where they were stopped because it was a spare the other day, they're liable to not listen next time around or not care and go to the next place and do it again. And so I think a repeat violation is something we'll make sure that the operator can be at least get a slap on the wrist.
And through the chair, just to remind the council's memory that when we had the fire at Webb Ranch a few years ago, that was a repeat offender.
Right.
That was somebody who had caused more than one fire on Stanford property. So it does happen.
Okay. Mary Ann has been waiting. Thank you, Mary Ann. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, okay, so I'll go through my list. The PSPS stays, yes, please talk to PG&E and then come back with your findings. I would prefer an infraction rather than a misdemeanor, especially for the first offense. And I would prefer we penalize the homeowner, not the gardener contractor, unless, as John said, the user of the machinery is a repeat offender, and then I think that person should be held responsible. How you write that into code, I don't know. But those are my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with all those. And yeah, write it up and bring it back.
We'll
it's
have
just
it
that easy, right? Yeah.
Very easy. We'll have it for you.
Yeah.
We'll have it for you tomorrow morning. We'll have it on December 9th's agenda for you.
Okay. Thank you. No, yeah, it is complicated, but thanks for bringing this forward, and it's important to address, and that is complicated, but I would be curious to see what we can, which of those circles we can square, or vice versa. Okay, thank you. It is 9:50. I'm gonna just suggest we take 5 minutes now. We've got a couple more regular agenda items in a closed session. So let's stop now and we'll come back at 9:55.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
There's a recording now.
Okay. Okay, we're recording again. I was just going to ask to start recording again. Okay, we're back in session. We're on to item 7, the RENA discussion. Jeremy, do you want to start us off on this?
Yes, thank you. And I'm joined tonight by Laura Russell, the Planning and Building Director. Be sharing my screen in just a moment. Can you see my screen? All right. So tonight we wanted to give a brief overview of what we're talking about, which is the housing element in RENA and the methodology. It's a fairly complicated process, so we thought it made some sense to give some detail. We're in the 6th cycle of the housing element, so we wanted to get a little more specific about the updates there. And then the meat of the conversation is the methodology discussion, and then take any questions and comments from the council. So what is a housing element? This is from the state HCD, Housing and Community Development Department, describes what a housing element is. A housing element is the tool that the town uses through its general plan to plan for an adequate number of houses based on socioeconomic need. It's on an 8-year cycle, which is unique in the general plan. The other general plan elements are not on a particular cycle. The other thing a housing element does is it tells you how well we did in the last cycle. So the cycle 6 housing element that will start in 2023 and run through 2031 will tell us also how we did between 2015 and 2022. Housing element also must be certified by the HCD. This is becoming more important as the state is requiring more action by municipalities on housing. Certification is one of their stick tools to ensure that planning efforts are actually happening. So what is RHNA? RHNA is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. This is a core number within the housing element. It's a calculation that's used to represent future housing need in any particular geographic area. It is developed by the state initially using a variety of data sets that come from the Department of Finance. They look at growth anticipated for an area. For instance, that data gets turned into a set of housing numbers for regions that are transmitted to these entities called municipal planning organizations. They're throughout the state. We're a member of the ABAG MTC MPO, which is for 8 Bay Area counties and just over 100 cities. They do some further work, and then ultimately the numbers and methodology that was used to develop the numbers is transmitted to each jurisdiction. The county's a little different, where we've had a feature that operates at the sub-regional level that allows the cities to talk to one another and potentially trade housing units in the RHNA cycle. That's actually not active this round in the same way it's been in the past, because larger cities were a little concerned about their ability to take on any other units. The methodology that's been developed this year for cycle 6, it's been developed over the last year by a committee, and the membership is in the packet. It's made up of a variety of experts, including elected officials and housing advocates. And as you can see here, there was a real focus on equity and the relationship between housing and jobs. Equity is an interesting feature in this round. The idea behind equity is that there were some communities that did not have their fair share of the various levels of housing need. So there was additional focus on that. I also want to point out here that one area that we mentioned in our staff report that may not have been given close attention is, at least for a community like Portola Valley, is public safety issues. They do say as part of their methodology that areas of high fire danger were not considered for some additional units, but I think that remains to be seen. So eventually they picked this one option, and as you can see here are the makeup of the methodology. Don't have much more to say about this. I think the council is pretty well steeped in what the thinking at the methodology committee, and then ultimately what was adopted by the full board. So this is the first of many different conversations that council is going to have on the upcoming housing element process. And there's an opportunity for the council, should they wish to do so, to provide feedback on the methodology, not the number that's been selected as a draft number, but the methodology to ABAG. And there's a couple different, there's one discrete opportunity and then there's a general opportunity. Discrete opportunities tomorrow where we can address ABAG body in a public hearing. We can also submit to them a letter with any thoughts or concerns that the council may have. The other cities in San Mateo County are having conversations about this as well, as you can imagine. Only some of them have decided to send a letter. Others have not, but they've chosen not to participate in the process, or they're still thinking about what they may say. From what I understand from the letters that are being generated, they're pretty, as you would imagine, pretty specific rationale for reconsidering elements of the methodology based on those cities specifically. So there's a lot of information we provided you in the packet, and it's fairly dense. But to really distill this down again, there's a draft methodology that's in front of all of the cities that participate in this process, and we have an opportunity to share any thoughts that we have about that draft methodology before it's finalized in January. After that point, we'll then be having a different conversation, which is related to how to accommodate from a planning perspective in the housing element what will be significant number of units any way you look at it. Laura, is there anything you'd like to add?
I think the one thing that I would add is that there is a state law change that affects this round of housing elements that really puts equity at the forefront. And the language that we're all using and comes from that law is to affirmatively further fair housing. And that's why some of the equity issues were a major consideration in how they developed this methodology. So that is a shift and a new emphasis from previous housing element cycles.
Yeah, that's an important point. This is fairly different than what we've experienced in the past. And also, you know, Laura and I, members of the council, we've done a couple different rounds of housing element process. We've had tools in the past that don't appear to be available to us anymore. Being able to give units to another city that does not look available, and then also it's like, you know, the stick approach that the state is likely to be taking as it relates to those housing elements they don't believe address the issue. They won't certify them. This is not meant to scare us or anything else, but it is different. It's a different atmosphere than we've operated in the past as it relates to these types of issues. So with that, we really just wanted to turn over and allow for the council to have a dialogue about what you'd like to say, if anything, and how you'd like to go about saying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy and Laura. What it'll do is we'll start with just questions from any of the council to staff, and then we'll take public comment, and then we can have a discussion about our steps. I had one question, which is, I am aware of other communities that have incurred liabilities or legal vulnerabilities because their housing elements weren't certified. Are there any more concrete penalties now for not having a certified housing element?
There are state laws that kick in around streamlining of development applications, which may or may not apply to us. There's limitations on funding opportunities. In general, it's very hard to get any grant funding if you don't have a certified housing element. So those are the two that come to mind. I don't know if Cara and Jeremy have others.
I can't think of any other specific ones, other than to say that the state in recent years has really ramped up those conversations with the communities that have either not adopted a housing element or have made changes to their zoning that they believe would affect the housing element's ability to be successful. And there's no reason to, not, again, I'm not trying to be alarmist, but there's no reason to think that that wouldn't be the case again in this next round, now that there's additional tools.
Okay.
In addition to everything that has been mentioned, if the town does not have a certified housing element, there is a cause of action that is given to folks, and people can sue. They can collect attorney's fees if they win, and they always win because legally you need to have a certified housing element. And then the court can also issue remedies to incentivize the creation of a housing element. And those remedies include things like mandating that all building permits for housing be issued without any local control or review. So there is a pretty robust set of policies designed to, encourage compliance with housing element law.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Somebody, that last penalty, but the building permits got applied somewhere. I'm trying to remember where in the last housing element, housing cycle, and I can't think of where, but it's not a drastic.
Orange County, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Other questions from the council? Okay, if there are no questions right now, then we'll take public comment. Carolyn Bertongan, go ahead.
Thank you. The first question I have for Laura is, what law are you referring to when you mentioned there was a new law regarding equity?
I don't know the bill number offhand. I would have to look it up.
And that would be helpful, actually. I have been on the housing or watching the Housing Element Committee, and I actually shared one of those documents with Laura in 2018. It came from Assemblymember Gordon. And basically, yes, these RNHA numbers are very complicated, but the basic, and I can forward those documents by email. But basically what they say is these numbers are generated for each city. They're based on projections upon projections. They're not real numbers. So again, the study that you presented, if I recall well, it was concluded April 2020. It's been a projection for the last 10 years. And every time I ask these government officials, tell me, what is this based on? What kind of jobs are you looking for? Why do you want to increase housing? There is, once again, and I'm going to say it again, there is no inventory of everything that is being built. And so then we had the COVID. So many people lost their job. And so once again, why are you using these projections upon projections?
Okay, thank you. Dale's got his hand up. Go ahead, Dale.
Here we go. I think Jeremy had it in at least his packet, but as part of the evacuation subcommittee of the wildfire committee, we're looking at some fairly complicated issues associated with evacuating Portola Valley. And the preliminary numbers we have are very frightening. I'm working with Don Bullard and Zonehaven to try and get an idea of if we can evacuate Portola Valley. And I'm afraid that these RINA numbers were done without adequate review of the particular situation here in Portola Valley, because we're far worse than any other community I'm aware of, with only 2 exits, and both of those exits go to the east. We have no exits to the west. And if you add that many houses to this RHINA, then that just adds hours to the amount of time that it will take to evacuate Portola Valley. That's my only comment.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I think the bill, it was SB 828. At least that's one bill that I'm aware of that had equity as part of the housing element. But there's other bills
Yeah, and then also related is AB 686.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Rusty's got his hand up. Go ahead, Rusty.
Thank you. I'd like to just build on Dale Fow's comments. It strikes me that any allocation methodology that does not consider the seismic safety and the fire safety in Portola Valley is flawed and has to be rejected by this town council. And what I would point out in connection with that observation is why this reinforces what I mentioned earlier. It is so critically important for this town to fulfill the governor's directive from 2015. If we had done it, it would be done now. This is not a question of doing what's urgent. This is doing what's necessary. And if we get on this and understand what the integrated hazard and risk is, whether we can evacuate this town, how much more dense housing we can put in this town safely, how it affects the people that already live here. If we have that integrated hazard and risk assessment that the governor has told us to prepare and put in our general plan, then we have a basis to negotiate what an appropriate set of new housing requirements in this town might look like. Otherwise, we're flying blind. That's one comment. Second comment is I listened to this generalized advice that I hear that, well, we have to do it, we've got to comply. And we're concerned about legal liability. I believe that ABAG, the originator of these requirements, is our insurer. Is that correct?
No.
Where does the town get its liability insurance?
It's called Plan JPA. It's not part of ABAG.
Okay, and then why is the town paying ABAG for liability insurance in the budget?
Rusty, I just think you're incorrect. That's just not correct.
Well, we'll take
in the past. We did in the past, but we don't anymore. It's the ABAG doesn't provide that service.
Okay, so if we're getting generalized advice that we have to comply with ABAG's requirements, I'd like to see specifically, I think the citizens of this town should see specifically the reasoning laid out in writing for why we have to do that. If we shouldn't be proceeding on anecdotal opinions or assertions that the town is at risk or liable if it doesn't go forward with a housing element certified by ABAG that doesn't consider the impact that housing allocation has on safety in this town. I think that analysis needs to be done for the town, and I think that should be shared with the citizens of the town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rita, go ahead.
The ad hoc committee, the fire group, made some excellent points of how, we have increased hazards and safety issues in this town for fire, but there are also the seismic issues. And there's no way that I can see that, the state would say, all right, you need to jam this in this town, 250 buildings into this town when we have these issues, and hopefully those issues will be taken into consideration and not just, put it on a landslide, put it in the trees, or hopefully, we can push back, because we don't have a lot of places unless we cleared out a whole lot of land in our town for fire mitigation before building 250 units. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other public comments, then I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Anyone want to start?
See Mary's hand just went up, Jeff.
Oh.
Down again. Nope, it's up.
No, it's up. Go ahead, Mary.
I would just love to see you write a letter talking exactly what they asked for, which is that the process was not without seismic and without fire paying attention to those two aspects. The methodology is flawed. And it seemed, I think your town would really appreciate if you would point that out to them. I guess it's due tomorrow, so that I, as a certain level of urgency, I was unaware of, but it certainly seems appropriate to make the point that their methodology is flawed. If you have an opportunity to do that, which I thought I just heard you say that.
Yep, that's what we're discussing. Thank you. Okay. I don't see any other hands. So the question we're asking is what comments do we want to, if any, do we want to offer back to, is this to ABAG or is this directly to HCD, Jeremy?
ABAG.
This is to ABAG, okay. We could, there's the meeting tomorrow. There's the comment period closes on the 27th. I guess the questions would be what comments do we care to make and how do we care to make them? Someone want to start off on that? Craig, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, it's I've been following this, and they've been winnowing down the number of different methodologies, and they finally landed on this one. More or less all of the different methodologies that they evaluated had roughly the same number of housing units in Portola Valley. I think the range was between sort of 240 and 260. We landed kind of right in the middle. If you look at the allocation for Portola Valley relative to other cities in the Mid-Peninsula, as a percentage of our existing housing stock, Portola Valley is one of the lowest on the peninsula. Half Moon Bay is lower. Everybody else is comparable or higher, or much higher than us. I think some points we can point out with the methodology around, I think, not just the safety issues that have been pointed out, fire safety and geologic safety in particular being elements that Portola Valley has that aren't shared equally by the rest of the towns in the Bay Area, in ABAG's area. But I think there's also just infrastructure generally. To Dale's point, our road capacity is not that great. We don't have an extensive sewer network in town. We don't have, I don't know if we have the power supply to add 250 units in town without substantially upgrading PG&E's infrastructure in some places. And so there are a lot of these elements that I think aren't part of ABAG's methodology and that do distinguish Portola Valley from other towns on the peninsula. And part of that is just the nature of what the town is. And I've heard from various people, through ABAG, from our assemblyman, from other people at the state that I've had conversations with, essentially what they've been saying is, well, you're going to get an allocation and you need to figure out how to do it safely. They've more or less acknowledged that, yes, we haven't necessarily taken fire safety or whatever into account in coming up with the numbers. What we're doing is giving you a number and telling you that you have to figure out how to make it work and how to do it safely. So whatever that involves, that's what we're going to need to put into our housing element. In terms of getting back to ABAG with comments, I think it would be worth putting in some comment around how we would prefer the methodology to look at infrastructure and what a town can actually bear. I just logistically don't know how Portola Valley is going to build as many ADUs as we have in our current cycle, plus a project approximately equivalent in size to the proposed Stanford Wedge project every year for 8 years. That's how you get 250 units in Portola Valley. And that is a colossal amount of building activity that I don't know how our infrastructure is going to support it without upgrading the infrastructure substantially. So, you know, I think that's it's a consideration that ABAG didn't include in their methodology. And so I think it's worth pointing out to them about that. But I think it's also something that we as a council going forward need to talk to our representatives at the state level and regionally to understand how are we going, where are we going to get the resources to upgrade our infrastructure? How are we going to convince PG&E to bring whatever power we need in here to do it in a safe way? How are we going to make it be fire safe and earthquake safe if we're building 250 additional units over an 8-year period? So I think, you know, there's a lot of work ahead of us. I think we can make comments. I don't think, as I said, you know, no matter what the methodology is, our unit numbers don't change dramatically, and we're at the very low end of the allocations are across the peninsula. So I don't expect that they'll come back and say, oh yes, we changed our methodology and now, you know, you're back down to 60 like you were this cycle. We will be in that 250 range no matter what the methodology is. So I think what we really need to figure out is how are we going to do it? Where are we going to find the resources to allow the town to do what it's going to need to do? And there's going to be a lot of work on a lot of fronts in order to make this possible.
And through the chair, that regardless of what number ends up being the number that the town is given, there's as Craig is saying, there's a tremendous amount of work that comes up after that process starts. That and just to put a point on it, that doesn't start tonight. Tonight is about the methodology, but it will be a multi-year process, full-blown engagement with the community. The last time we did this, we had an ad hoc committee of residents. And it aligns actually with the council's direction over the last year to start thinking about the general plan overall. So there's a lot coming in the next couple of years, but the methodology is the primary focus this evening.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ann.
And this is as much a question about the methodology as it is a comment, in that in the face of COVID, the methodology that I'm sure and various schemes, and I know Craig's right in saying that there have been different ways of looking at it, and each of them is ending us in about the same place. What I find the comment that I continue to come back to is, has the methodology adequately incorporated the impact of COVID in terms of the number of jobs lost, the number of residents required, given the fact that we are having a much higher percentage of our workforce working remotely? And so that in the calculation of those initial numbers, because as we all know, there's such a huge lag time. These numbers were set probably 2 years ago in terms of what their projections were going to be for job growth and then residents, required as a result. So I would encourage that in any comments we give that should relate to methodology in terms of how they derive all the numbers, not just ours, but everybody's, is to really understand already how much we've been impacted by the job loss and the move outs within the region. And I understand that's not something that's easily quantifiable nor available today, readily available, but I sure as heck wouldn't want to have the entire methodology based on numbers that were pre-COVID and clearly will be different going forward, and different in a way that could make it a little more, not a little more, it could make it a lot lower for a number of communities throughout. So if somebody, and I know there's a meeting tomorrow and I'm not sure if any of us are attending, but that in my mind is a pure methodology question, because if your assumptions are flawed, if you're starting at a point in time where you're using numbers that should be quickly and fully re-examined, that's a comment worth making relative to that specific point of this. I think Craig's comments right, that we will have those numbers if this methodology, this or any are adopted. But if you can come at the underlying assumptions, now would be the time in my mind to do that, because this is at that earliest stage of all of that being finalized.
Okay, thank you. Mary Ann, go ahead.
Sure, thanks. The methodology committee was given the big number in the aggregate. And what they did was figure out how to distribute the number among the 20 cities based on certain criteria. So they had no way of changing the total number. That came from ABAG. And that was driven by Plan Bay Area.
Do you know, Marion, if they're revisiting that? ABAG, I understand how it's coming.
This question has come up in meetings I've been in, and I never really heard a complete answer. So I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, given how long it takes to put a model like that together, it might be impossible for them to adjust it in a short period of time based on, I mean, even the 6 months of COVID probably wasn't a long enough time for them to start adjusting it, but it's a good question to ask. John, go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of good points made by both, well, everyone so far. The COVID issue is, there's just so much unknown out there because of it that and all kinds of things are up in the air at the moment because of it. And that this is certainly, it will certainly impact job numbers and housing requirements. But on the other hand, as Craig said, the numbers aren't going to change no matter which methodology is used. And I think even if it did change down to 150 units, that's still a huge impact on our town. And I think what we have to do is move ahead and see what we're capable of. And we're clearly meeting the requirements of the RENA numbers put out by ABAG is important, but I don't want to lose track of the fact that meeting the crisis of housing is also important. And it's 100 houses, 150 houses, 200, 250. It's going to be an enormous lift for us. Craig's comments about infrastructure are absolutely right. It's a massive problem, and we just have to start tackling it. So I wouldn't oppose going to the state and saying, how do we approach these issues? How do we solve these issues in our process? But I think we have to move it forward.
Yeah, I think it sounds like, I think most of us want to, I think some form of comments are in order. It sounds like we all sort of agree that we should make some comments to ABAG on this. I feel like maybe a letter by some written comments by the 27th is probably a little more, I don't know, thorough and reasoned way for us to do this, as opposed to trying to comment during tomorrow's meeting. Recognizing that any impact we have on the methodology is going to be small. I mean, just the numbers, that bottom line number is huge, and there's no changing that. And the best we can do is, frankly, is push some of those units somewhere else. And I don't think there's really all that many other places for the housing to go at this point, unfortunately. Do we want to? Do we agree that we should maybe consider drafting comments, written comments to ABAG?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, and I think the central, Ann's central point about is the total number correct, and secondarily the methodology of how that gets subdivided, and then the impact, whether infrastructure has been considered or not, because it's just going to be hard for us to put the infrastructure in place to support those units, let alone the planning. I mean, the planning, we can come up with ways to deal with the planning and allow for the creation of 250 units. But if we can't get the number reduced because of COVID and other considerations, reducing the total number, we're going to need some understanding of why they think that a town with very little infrastructure can support that number of units.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a separate conversation. The numbers at some point we're going to get a number that is the final number, and then we're going to have to start this exercise and how do we meet that number and what does that look like? And then we may have to go back and say, look, we can't do this safely. But I think in terms of these initial comments, the points would be, does COVID change the projections at all? Is there, can the methodology be adjusted in any way to reflect the infrastructure concerns, the unique safety concerns, which ultimately aren't actually all that unique to us. There's a lot of communities that have fire risks. There's quite a few communities that have seismic risks, taking that in mind. My guess is that any comments, any change we could affect in methodology would be a very small effect, but it's probably worth raising these points now. Do you agree? It sounds, Anne?
Yeah, I agree. And I think, again, I don't think we're sending the message, to John's point, that we're backing off from wanting to be completely responsive to the need to create more housing. But
Yeah.
I do think that we do know enough to know that there are going to be, just looking at the firms that are already letting people work remotely full-time now, no longer through the end of the year or at the end of the middle of next year. It's, you can all, so it's going to have a material impact on all of the peninsula. So
Yeah.
that's the biggest one that I think will potentially benefit all of us. But that said, I agree with you guys that they move at behemothly slow speeds. And I don't expect they're suddenly going to say, oh yeah, you're right, we're going to change all those underlying assumptions. And we remain committed to playing our role and to doing what we can do. But we do have, we all have unique circumstances. We've articulated ours. We're laying down a case because 150 units would be a big reach for us.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, and we will continue to start developing plans for how to meet even that objective, if not more. So
yeah.
May I make a suggestion? I know
Please.
staff would really appreciate having a couple council members to work
Yep.
with us closely on drafting a letter, since it won't be coming back to council. I think the council's done a pretty good job tonight getting fairly specific in the types of comments it wants to make. So please continue that conversation if you wish to do so. But having two council members to look over a draft would be fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to say that what I was going to suggest is that, well, my first question was, does anyone feel the need to offer to listen in and comment on during tomorrow's meeting versus writing a letter? If so, does anyone want to volunteer for that? And if not, if we're going to write letters can I get 2 volunteers for a subcommittee to work on comments for the 27th deadline? Sorry, I've asked like 3 questions there, but go ahead.
If this is helpful, I would suggest this. If the council is going to do a letter, you don't need somebody there tomorrow. It's not necessary.
Yeah, that was. I think the letter is more effective than having somebody speak during a 3-hour comment period.
Right, and you'll only be able to speak for 2 to 3 minutes anyway. So we can do the letter and get that in the record before the 27th.
Everyone okay with that?
With the ABAG liaison, I'd be happy to volunteer for the subcommittee.
Okay. That's one of our volunteers. Someone want to join him? John? Yeah. Is that okay? Or Marianne, and did either of you feel strongly about? I'm happy to delegate. So.
Please
Okay.
delegate.
Okay, so Craig and John will be a subcommittee working with staff to draft a letter for the to meet the 27th deadline. Anything else anyone wants to add in terms of points to make? Marianne, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add a few things to maybe make people feel a little better. this is a planning document. The state is not saying you have to build 251 housing units, because how are we going to do that? We don't have the money to do that. I mean, we have to plan for a number of housing units. So that's the first thing. Secondly, we are working with 21 Elements, and we're doing the deluxe package, and they're fantastic. And they are also in direct conversation with HCD. And so some of our concerns can be relayed directly. And then third, if you want to hear some really unhappy council members, please tune into the CCAG meeting tomorrow night. I have heard all of this stuff for a long time. Burlingame has to come up with 3,000 more housing units, and they've already built a ton of housing. I mean, they've got infrastructure needs too. Everybody does. In terms of fire, I mean, ABAG's going to also hear from Santa Rosa. They're going to hear from Healdsburg. They're going to hear from Vacaville. They're going to hear from the Berkeley Hills and Oakland Hills. So it's a really tough one.
Yeah.
What was the number, Marianne? You said 55% of the Bay Area is in some kind of high fire risk zone.
55% of PG&E's service area. The properties are in a high fire risk area.
Yeah.
And it could be worse. We could be Brisbane and have to be growing by 147.
Well, they chose to do that.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they would have been annihilated by San Francisco and sued.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at, I think it was red page 133 of the report that had sort of the percentage growth in units in every jurisdiction, and we were on the lower end. We were definitely a
Look
moderate.
at Hillsborough. Hillsborough number was 90. This time, what is it, 600?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the other thing I'll just say in terms of sort of when we actually get to the point of rewriting the housing element, all of that is the public process that we always go through, and it always involves all the stakeholders, notably Woodside Fire District and the Sheriff's Office. So we do have safety professionals looking over our shoulders, making sure we don't plan for something that's going to cause devastation. Not to say there's no concerns, there are, but there are people helping us to make sure that we don't get ourselves into too much trouble, including our fine planning staff here. So, if there's no other comments on that, then I think we have a subcommittee that can work with staff between now and the 27th. Okay.
And just Jeff, through the chair, Christy, I know you want to make a comment, but public comment is closed. It was closed 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Then we'll move on, and that's item 8, which is the. Sorry.
I said thank you, Laura.
Yes, thank you, Laura.
Good night.
Okay, good night. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to item 8, the public hearing to update the fee schedule.
That's me. Thank you. Very briefly, this is mostly a set of pretty pro forma changes to the fee schedule that we've been doing on an annual basis the last couple of years. The staff report indicates the big changes that occurred in 2019 and the council's direction at that point. I think really what I'd like to point out is what's on red page 243 is that we're using the August 2020 CPI, which we think is not only is it more reflective of where things are, it's more recent. We would typically use the February one, but that really is out of date. And then you can see other changes. We made some cleanup across the board, but added some important elements that weren't included before, including things like the town attorney's hourly rates and a deposit column that wasn't part of the building public works section. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any council, this is a public hearing, so we'll start with, if there are any council questions before we begin the public hearing, we can take them now. Okay, in that case, I will open the public hearing on this item. Does anyone from the public wish to comment on the question of the fee increase? Rita, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask, is this necessary at this time between the pandemic and the fires to increase? It seems like these are for people that are trying to do things in this town, better the quality of their houses or something in this town. Is this a time for us to increase fees and put an extra burden on the citizens of this town?
Thank you for the question. We'll consider that as part of our discussion. Any other public comment on this item? Christy, go ahead.
You need to unmute at your end, Christy.
I was curious, looking at the list, if you could add names next to it, because there are some positions that are not filled. And I think the public would appreciate seeing that. So I know you're projecting to get some assistant planners. I couldn't tell which ones are filled, which ones are good city. It was a little confusing as to what positions were who. And then at the bottom under notes, you said some of these are not filled. So is there a way you can share that? Otherwise, we go back to the org chart, or we go back to the staff list and try to put it together.
Christy, where are you referring to positions not filled?
Are
Adrian?
you going over the staff raises?
No.
No, we're
Section,
on.
I'm sorry.
This is fee schedules.
Fee schedules. Okay, this is before the next document. All right, sorry.
Okay.
Those comments for the next something coming up soon.
Okay. Other comments on this item, which is raising the CPI adjustments of the fee schedules? Okay, seeing no other comments, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion. Anyone want to lead off? Craig?
Yeah, I'm generally asking staff to consider CPI increases every year. And really the main reason for that is not to raise the fees, but because the value of the dollar has gone down, and doing a CPI adjustment means that our fees stay flat instead of going down. So that, I think, is why it's entirely appropriate to routinely apply CPI adjustments to things like our fees, so that as the dollar is worth less and as we have to pay our staff more and our costs go up, we are in dollars anyway, we essentially stay at par. I'm very supportive of this, and I think it's entirely appropriate.
John, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Craig. Compared to our sort of semi-emergency adjustment a few years ago, where things jumped dramatically, these are pretty modest increases, and it's I think it's a real benefit to keep them modest as much as we can and not shock people all at once by trying to recover lost ground. So I'm supportive.
Okay. Anne?
I agree with both Craig and John. And the only other thing I would suggest is that when I looked at this, I did have a momentary pause when I looked on red page 250 and saw the Ford Field parking lot and thought about fees that don't relate to athletic fields in terms of that. So I would suggest that while it's not part of this, that perhaps we look at that in the future.
Sorry,
And,
what do you?
Thank you for that comment. I appreciate it.
It's again, but I agree with the absolutely with the CPI adjustment. I think that's appropriate for us to make sure we are staying even in each year.
Yeah. Mary Ann, any comments?
I think it's reasonable and appropriate, and I support it.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think this is also just being fiscally responsible. I think just anything we lose by not collecting full fees is something that comes out of some other fund right now. So I think we have a consensus on this. I could entertain a motion to adopt this.
And move adoption.
Second.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, then Sharon, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Wingert,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Councilmember Hughes,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Derwin,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. That brings us to item 9, council liaison reports. John, start us off.
Okay. Let's see, I had a Conservation Committee meeting. Still working on the fire safe plant list. Actually, my second meeting was again a special conservation committee meeting that happened yesterday to specifically discuss the plant list, and they've got it winnowed down and will be recommending it fairly soon. I think probably at their next meeting. Fair amount of talk, discussion about 880 Westridge. A few minor tree permits, and that's really about it. That was a fairly low-key meeting. And the emergency preparedness meeting. Just had a follow-up from the fire chief regarding the fires. There were 22 active fires. Most of them are now 90% contained. We had 19,000 firefighters out at one point, and now there are 4,000 still cleaning things up. They managed to come up with some new funding from the state for pre-positioning of fire resources. And so this chief was kind of happy, at the same time a little bit disappointed that we actually qualified for that, being in the more of a fire zone than some regions. So he did manage to pre-position some units during the last red flag warning period. Zone Haven is scheduled to roll out to the public on November 16th. They think they've got it up to a point where it's actually going to be pretty usable. And hopefully at that point, we'll be able to get some idea of what type of, or when we might do some evacuation planning for the town. Let's see, there is discussion about the updates to fire stations. I guess that Fire Station 8 is going to ASCC fairly soon. And that was that. Yeah, that was it.
Okay, thanks, John. Marianne. You're muted.
Yeah, I just figured that out. I'll start with the library JPA meeting because there was one interesting thing. A very boring thing that we did was that we updated 3 policies: our investment policy, our procurement policy, and our sustainability policy. But the interesting thing on this agenda was the Fair Oaks Library. Currently, the Fair Oaks Library, which is operated in the Fair Oaks area of Redwood City, is operated and funded by Redwood City, the county, and actually the JPA funds it, but doesn't operate it. Redwood City is operating it. They did a little study to see whether it was meeting or exceeding the JPA libraries, and it was not meeting that level of the JPA libraries. So the county said, how about if we transfer operation from Redwood City to the JPA and do a 3-party agreement? And the board was very much interested in that idea. We are already contributing $400,000 to the library, which costs $800,000 to run. So it isn't going to affect us much fiscally. And I believe right now the city of Redwood City has the staff. I don't know if that's going to change, but this is a very positive change for the library in Fair Oaks, and we are very excited about it on the board. Let's see. So the director's report included the fact that we have expanded curbside service. There are sewing machines available to check out at the Portola Valley Library, just in case you want one. There are also these grab and go book bundles for families that have children's books, and they've been really popular. The library is planning to reopen in January. They right now have an industrial hygienist who is going through and scoping it out. And if all goes as planned, they will open in January. The Brisbane Library, which has been under construction for a long time, is finally done. They also use Siegel and Strain, which is the same architecture firm that we used for our entire town center, including the library. And I think that's about it. There was a flood and sea level rise resiliency meeting this week. We were missing 3 members, but we had a quorum, so we were able to get through the business of approving the MOU to design, permit, construct, mitigate for, operate, maintain the Bayfront Canal and Atherton Channel flood protection and ecosystem restoration project. So this is essentially building 2 culverts underground to divert water into these former salt ponds that are now owned by U.S. Fish and Wildlife, flood basins that were salt ponds. So we approved that, and we also approved these 3 easement agreements, and that is going forward. And then we adopted a resolution accepting a $1 million grant from CDWR Urban Streams Restoration Program to restore Belmont Creek and Twin Pines Park. I don't know if any of you have been to Twin Pines Park, but a lot of the creek is falling, the land is falling into the creek, trees are falling in, and there's a whole lot of sediment deposition. So a watershed management plan was done, and they identified some projects, and this is the first project to put forward. So they're going to restore the creek channel, and through a CCAG grant, they're also going to design stormwater capture retention basins underneath the parking lots. I asked whether that water was going to recharge the aquifer or be used for irrigation of the park, and they haven't decided yet. Let's see what else. We're already working on a potential grant from FEMA to do some work on the shoreline in the Burlingame SFO Millbrae area. That will be submitted in December. Our strategic planning committee met twice. That's for long-term funding strategies and outreach. The finance committee is going to meet, and he has begun to do presentations to councils and board of supervisors. If we would like a presentation, we can certainly have one. So then I attended the Rising Together Housing Leadership Day that's ordinarily in person, but this was virtual. In the opening remarks, I wrote this down. We are on stolen land that belonged to the Ohlone people. So they are one of the many groups, and they did use stolen, one of the many groups who are beginning their meetings with the acknowledgement. They also had a woman from the Justice Collective, Nicole Nelson, who did a guided meditation, which, if you could just break through your cynicism a little, was really a pretty nice thing to do. So there were 3 workshops, and I chose to do Color of Law Local Edition, How the Laws That Segregated America Affected Our Region. This was a program that was developed by Menlo Park and held a year ago, November 17, in Menlo Park. They showed PowerPoint slides, but at the actual event, the slides were giant boards and people walked around the room and read the boards. So in our version, the moderator called on people who were just at the meeting to read the slides. And the slides were the history of how it has come to pass that Belhaven is a community of color and West Menlo Park is a white community and Belhaven is a low-income community and West Menlo Park is a high-income community. And what was really interesting to me is they started in 1769 and they went all the way through, you know, in the early 1920s with the single family zoning laws, the 40s with the racially restrictive covenants, the redlining, the block busting, the federal government making it impossible for people of color, most specifically Black people, to get housing loans, which is why they were not able to invest in housing and develop equity and build wealth. Went all through the suburban housing boom, the specifically about Belhaven and East Palo Alto, but they even went into the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and even into 2006 during the subprime lending spree. And that was a period of time when many people in Belhaven lost their homes to the subprime loans. And they gave a statistic, which was that the Black and the Latino families that were making $200,000 a year were more likely to be targeted for these subprime loans than white families making less than $30,000 a year. So it was still happening to the same neighborhoods that were redlined in 2006. And even into 2018, there was an example of an investor purchasing a Belhaven property where the rent increased from $1,100 a month to $1,900. There were 60 days to sign the lease and 7 families had to vacate. And this just went on and on. They also had little breakouts where they paired you up with somebody else and you went into a breakout room and you answered a question. One of the questions was, in what ways did you, your family, or your ancestors either disrupt or help sustain residential racial segregation? The other question was, let's see. What is an early memory of when you first became aware of race? And I thought that was effective, especially with just one other person and they timed it. You were in there for 3 minutes. Okay, and then in the end, Karen Camacho, I can't remember who she's with, came back and talked about, the need to address structural inequities, zip code predicts health. Even in San Mateo County, if you look at Black people versus white people, there's a 7-year gap in life expectancy. East Palo Alto has disproportionately high asthma rates. And then there were a personal example of somebody who was in a woman who lived in a low-income neighborhood who came here from from Mexico to Palo Alto, was able to get a mobile home. So she was able to use that for a down payment in EPA, but so few people were able to do that. So this particular program is available for any city who wants to do it. And I think we should consider using it, and we could personalize it for our community. Maybe we could bring somebody from Belhaven, such as Pam, what was her name? It is Cecilia Taylor's mother. I know her, I can see her face.
Jones.
There you go, Pam Jones. You know the woman, right? So she lived through it. It would be so interesting to try to get somebody who was part of the Ladera group who tried to make their utopia there until they were thwarted because they had 3 members who were African American and couldn't get a loan. But just using their slides, which are, I don't know who did the work, but it's an amazing historical record. And then I did the Progress Seminar. As you all know, the Progress Seminar is the schmoozy event for the entire county. Everybody who's political goes every year. Couldn't do it this year, so it went virtual. Unbeknownst to me, because I wasn't paying attention to the emails that come through every day, I missed the opportunity to get my money back, so I had to do it. But it actually, there are 3 sessions. It was worth doing. The keynote was Fiona Ma, who is our new treasurer. She's only been treasurer for California State Treasurer, I think, since 2018. And she talks about how she was elected in 2018. She saw this surplus the first year in the state. Everything was looking good. She was selling bonds. Money was coming in. They passed bills. Then the pandemic. So they went from a $26 billion surplus in January to a $54 billion deficit by the end of June. But she still highlighted, she said she's still investing bonds. She's chairing 16 different boards. I don't know how you do that while you're the state treasurer, but she is obviously doing it because this woman is a wealth of information. And she just highlighted a lot of the things that they're doing right now. Programs, College Countdown, Cal Able, which is for people diagnosed with disabilities before the age of 26, Cal Savers Program. That's people who don't have access to a retirement plan can use it. She just went through a whole bunch of stuff. Then the panel, and this one was super interesting. Wait, I think there was a couple question and answers that I wanted to pull out. Yeah, there was something. Yeah. Well, I can't find him now. I just want to say her last question was, what's your advice to your younger self? And her advice was, keep your word. Your word is your bond. If you say yes, then you flip on the floor. That reputation will get out and you cannot be trusted. And she sort of went through that whole thing. Now, the panel discussion was, the future of office in San Mateo County, is it premature to call time of death? And the panelists were Dr. Robert Bill, who used to be the city manager of Redwood City, but he is now with in HR with Wunderman Thompson Salesforce in Redwood City. A woman named Winsome Bowen, who is the head of regional transportation policy at Facebook, Mike Futrell, the South San Francisco city manager, and Lena Tutko, who is a senior research manager at Colliers International, and she deals with commercial property research. So it was a very positive outlook and not what I expected. Now, I will say, this focused a lot on biotech in South San Francisco. And as you know, that is really going well right now. I mean, Futrell said that they asked, do investors still want to put their money into offices? And he said, yes. So the last 3 weeks in the Bay Area, there was $3 billion invested in office space, including the Genesis Towers in South San Francisco, which was $1 billion. This is a health crisis. It's driven by biotech. So biotech is still doing really well here. Also, biotech, a lot of the people have to go to work and work in the labs. The admins can work remotely, but not everybody can work remotely. Now, what was interesting to me, there was a big discussion about the distributed workforce, and Robert Bell, who's the HR guy, said, in his company, they already had a hybrid model where some people were working remotely and some people were in the office. and they were virtually connected pre-COVID, but they would come together in person at certain sites. And then they had to change to total virtual. Oh, sorry, my dogs. There's nothing I can do about that. That means there's mountain lions. He said it was a huge, huge change, and it was really hard to do. And he doesn't think it's an effective way to work because he says, and their company will go back to the hybrid model. The thing that he says is people want connection. People want to go into the office and have relationships. We're relational beings. And that's why he thinks that the remote working isn't going to hold. I mean, there'll be, as he said, a hybrid model, but he doesn't think it's going to be totally remote working. And then there was a whole bunch of discussion about how's transportation going to change. I think the prediction was it's going to take 2 years to get back to sort of where we were. Let's see. One advantage to the remote working is the labor costs are less when if you're paying according to where the person is living, right? I mean, you have to pay more if they're living in the Bay Area. So that's been helpful because his company adjusts wages to markets. There was a lot of talk about bicycling because so many more people are bicycling now. So the prediction for tech, life science in the next 2 to 3 to 5 years is positive outlook on the peninsula. The funding from public and private is still good. There's a lot of VC activity in the third quarter. There's a lot of specialized built out space in San Mateo County that's attractive for biotech companies. Again, this seemed to be more focused toward the biotech sector. There was, overall, it was positive. I was kind of surprised. People think that things are going to go back to something like they were before. Not sure when, but it's going to happen. Okay, I've been talking so much, my mouth's really dry. That means I can't do this anymore. And I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Craig, go ahead.
Sure. Let's see. I had first open space acquisition committee meeting. So the committee, it's been a good part of the meeting talking about acquisition versus maintenance and what the council ought to spend the open space acquisition funds on. And they eventually reached the conclusion to essentially reiterate I think the use of fund memo or whatever it was that they wrote in 2017, 2018, which was basically to say that it should be used for acquiring land and whatever initial cleanup of acquired lands and not for ongoing maintenance. And they think that that's been communicated often to people who've contributed to the fund and that we should stick with that in the future. They've got an updated brochure and map as well that they will put on the website. And then I had BPTS on last Wednesday. And there was some further discussion on parking along Willowbrook, Windy Hill overflow parking. That's about it on those two. And then the mayor and I had our first meeting last week on Friday of the PG&E Public Safety Subcommittee. And it was just sort of an initial discussion with staff about what areas we want to get into. We didn't really go into a lot of specific detail on anything, but that is moving along. And that's all I had.
Thank you. Anne, go ahead.
I'm going to be really quick. On the 30th of October, at the end of the month, we I missed you all in the Council of Cities' first virtual Zoom meeting. It was East Palo Alto. Regina Wallace-Jones was hosting, and Dwayne Bay was talking really about all of the initiatives East Palo Alto has undertaken to create housing. And there are a number of them that were very impressive. They've done a lot of different things, and I think they've done a very good job in that community of creating. Doesn't mean there isn't room for more, but they have done some very focused and in creative initiatives over the last few years. So that was really interesting, relatively short. So that makes it reasonable. And frankly, just so you know, the next Council of Cities is next Friday, the 20th at Menlo Park. And I'm not sure what their discussion topic is. I haven't, excuse me, I don't think they've mailed the agenda yet. So I haven't seen what it's going to be, but it was actually interesting. It was not terribly well attended, just there were probably 30, maybe 35 people on it, but it was at least fun to see everybody again remotely, however briefly. And I did notice a few more wine glasses than normal because it was a Friday night social event. And that's it. And then the next and only other thing I had was the Park and Rec meeting on a week ago, Monday on November 2nd. And it was held in the middle of the day so that they could include their member Heriberto, who's in France and showing us pictures of his villa to start the meeting. So that was kind of fun. But they actually had the whole team there, which was great. It was, Jeremy was there as well, so feel free to jump in, but a lot of discussion really about the field reopenings and how that's going. John obviously has been manning the helm on that one and doing a great job. Little League is still trying to figure out if they're going to be able to hold any clinics, but I think they're obviously not anything until maybe spring, to be determined how that would look based on the state requirements at that point. Another discussion about pickleball and tennis courts as well. And, you know, there's as John, I think, relayed, he's getting a lot of pressure from members of the community to reopen on a more fully reopen without all of the current requirements. And I think Jeremy did a good job of making them understand that that's just not going to be possible. The town can't assume the liability for ignoring all the regulations that were clearly designed to protect all of our residents. So I think they were fine with that, but it's, you know, he has certainly a challenge in making sure he communicates that to all the people that are calling him relative to these issues and really want to see a looser environment. Let's see, in terms of regulations. So that was about it. And that's my report tonight and forever.
Right, your last liaison reports. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, I will be brief too. Not a lot to report. Jeremy and I met with the schools, Karen Bechtel and Kim, actually, I'm not sure if Kim was there. Karen Bechtel and then Roberta Zarea from the school district and Adam, their facilities manager. They are back in session. They're live, so their kids are going, both campuses now have kids 4 days a week, every day except Wednesday. And it's going okay. The weather's getting a little worse, so it's going to be harder for them to do outdoor classes, which they were doing a lot of places. The one thing that came up was that they are, even though they're back in session and they're closed campuses, especially CMS, they're getting a lot of dog walkers coming through. And people are actually, they're walking into campus with their dogs in the middle of the day with classes going on, and they're actually being quite hostile. Like they're actually, you know, like Kristen Shima, the principal at CMS, is going out and talking to them, and they're basically being really nasty to her. I mean, they're not. I mean, just they're not recognizing that it's a closed campus like it was before COVID. They're just acting like this is their property or, you know, or public land or something, and it's clearly not. And that's disappointing. They also mentioned that people are basically leaving dog poop in places. I mean, just like it's almost intentional that they're doing this to just be mean. And that's disappointing. And I was thinking I maybe would add something about that in my message tomorrow, but it's just a little unfortunate. People are just not behaving. Sure, it's just a few people relatively, but not everyone's being nice to the school district right now. But they are up and running again, and they're just going to keep, hopefully things will go well through the holiday season, and they're moving forward. That's all I had. So then we'll move on to Jeremy's report.
Okay, just a few very quick things. A subcommittee of the EPC and Brandy and I met recently with the second of 2 potential virtual EOC vendors. It was a pretty interesting conversation, very different tool. It's the first tool we looked at was all in one. You buy it at a particular price. There aren't modules. You get what you get. This one we looked at recently was 800 different modules that you can kind of put together. But it was useful to see what else is out there. The only other thing I wanted to mention was this week with our re-announcement that the leaf blower ordinance is coming into place, we've had additional residents indicate that they'd like to do trade-ins, and we're hopeful, just based on the conversations, we're hopeful to have another 9 by the end of this week, which is great. So I'll let you all know by Friday how that looks, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on that? Okay. If not, then we'll move on to digest from the 29th. Any comments, anything to poll? Okay. November 6th, anything anyone wants to discuss, poll? If not, then we are done and we can move on to our closed session. Thank you to the public for attending.